The time now is 6:27. I call this regular meeting of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. If you'll please stand. Bow your heads with me for 21 seconds for our 21 souls. Thank you. Our invocation will be led by Kathleen Maxwell Ramby.
God, we come to you tonight and we offer up this meeting to you. Lord, I pray that your kindness, your gentleness, your patience, Lord, that patience would flow in this room, that, Lord, you would just pour out your love. And I pray for unity and for synergism, Lord, of working together. Lord, I pray for those that are weary, that you would refresh them, that you would strengthen them and fill them up, Lord God. I pray for our community, for, Lord, the children, the first responders, for the teachers, Lord, to heal from the trauma and the things that have been difficult in our community. And I pray, Lord, for your peace. In Jesus' name, amen.
You'll join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. If you'll remain standing just for a minute, please.
This right here is one of the toughest things we have to do at every meeting. Today would have been Maite Rodriguez's birthday, November 17th. Annabelle Rodriguez would have been November 29th. And Rogelio Torres would have been December the 6th. And take a moment to remember what they were like and wish their families some peace, please. Thank you.
You may be seated. Item number 2, open forum. We welcome your comments on items not listed on the agenda. The audience of patrons portion of the meeting is limited to 3 minutes per person and will last up to 15 minutes total. Delegations of more than 5 persons shall appoint one person to present their views to the board. Keep your comments in a positive nature. Please do not expect board discussion of items raised during the open forum at this meeting that are not on the agenda posted for this meeting. If comments made during the course of the public forum warrant further information, we will direct the superintendent to gather information for consideration at a later date. Our first speaker tonight is Simon Ortiz, agenda item 6A.
Board members, Ms. Colas, I'll be very brief. Just wanted to come and say that I am up for the election. I was been nominated by you folks and by the city of Uvalde for the UCAD board. And I just want to communicate to you that if I am elected, I do promise to devote the time and effort that is not only required, but it is necessary for the position, not only for the meetings, but for the research and the preparation that is needed for those meetings. Devoting all of my knowledge for the service of my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Our next speaker is Diana Olivero Carew, item 2E.
2E.
That's what it looks like, right? Is it 2/E?
Diana Olvedo Carew. I wanted to come before the board this evening, and in your first session, I believe it was a public hearing, and I thought I would have an opportunity to make comments at that time, but I don't know that the board opened it up for that public part of the process when you have a public hearing. But regardless, one of the things that strikes me about this particular conversation regarding the TIF and the TAP is that, as some of the board members mentioned, Board Member Ayala, Board Member Gonzalez, they're very difficult, complicated, detailed plans that the average person can't understand. It's very difficult to really go through the material. I went on the website and on the agenda and found the plans, and they were more than 5 pages long. And so the average parent is going to have a hard time. I believe it was Principal Sandoval that used the word pedagogy in terms of the conversation here, and that is a theory of educating, but it's not about theory, it's about people. It's about connecting with the students, connecting with the educators, connecting with the parents, connecting with the community, and creating an environment where the theory matters, but the outcome is good because you have people that are happy to be together, working together, connected in the ways that are meaningful. And that's what I think is lacking in the district. And that's why our children are not succeeding as well as we would all hope that they would. So I don't know how we get there. I think the question was asked, what's your suggestion? I don't know what the answer is, but I know there's a problem. The other thing I wanted to address this evening was one of the items on the agenda for the regular meeting is to discuss and take necessary action on the implementation of the district's GPA and class ranking. I tried to reach out to see what that item was about. There was no supporting documentation to go with it. So at this point, I have no clue what it's about, but I did a little bit of research, as I tend to do. And the only thing I found regarding GPA and class ranking was a Senate Bill 1191 that was passed in September that is going to require districts at some point to use a common GPA class ranking process across the state. You won't be able to create your own and tweak it as you go along. And so interested to know what the conversation is going to be. And then the last thing, I had a parent reach out regarding early college students. They were having trouble getting transcripts, schedules. Were they going to even receive their degree in May? Somebody needs to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3, Superintendent's Report. Mrs. Colas?
Real quick, I'm sorry. Ms. Coles, you'll have somebody looking into those. You already have that
Yes.
transcripts? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I can get the name of that parent that reached out so that we can make sure.
I think she was resolved, and several others that were working with the counselor to try to get.
We'll follow up with the counselors.
Thank you, Ms. Coles.
Okay, so under superintendent's report tonight, trustees, I gave y'all a little packet of information. So under domain 1, high quality curriculum and effective instruction, I want to share a little bit about our NIET October feedback. District strengths. The district has demonstrated a strong and coordinated commitment to instructional improvement and leadership development. I want to send out kudos to our principals who are actively engaging in calibration exercises during principal PLC meetings, promoting consistency and rigor in classroom observations. Coaches are participating in required TEA trainings and leveraging Bambrick's Get Better Faster waterfall protocol to guide reflective coaching conversations, data analysis, and targeted teacher support. Each campus has established foundational structures to support HQIM, which is our high quality instructional material implementation, PLC collaboration, which is professional learning communities, and those could be teachers getting together that are the same grade level or subject area, could be our instructional leaders, just depends on the job alikes, but they're professional learning communities for our job alike groups, and then lesson internalization. Leadership teams are also utilizing tools such as the Action Coach Guide and our crosswalk documents to align grant language, instructional priorities, and best practices across schools. So I just want y'all to know, y'all heard about the tip and the tap plans, but lots is going on to support teachers and principals on campuses in an aligned manner. And we're always working on streamlining that for them. Opportunities for growth that they shared with us. And there's a group of consultants that come in, they're paid for through a grant, and they are walking side by side with our principals. And that's the NIET group, Jennifer Woods and her team. They come in regularly to work with our principals and their ILT teams. So opportunities exist to further strengthen fidelity, consistency, and alignment across schools and instructional initiatives. The instructional leadership teams, which are the ILTs, and the PLC, which is professional learning community structures, can be further refined to emphasize lesson internalization, evidence-based coaching, and actionable follow-up steps for observations and data analysis. I feel like y'all got a whole lot of information regarding what we're doing to get better, but they recognize that we also need to clarify priorities and reinforce accountability with our instructional leadership teams and our PLCs, our professional learning communities with teachers, and then focus on increasing teacher participation in feedback cycles and including the integration of student work and cross-curricular strategies. And so we want to make sure that doing those things will ensure that instructional gains are sustained. Our focus for the next month are going to be product observations at elementary campuses to ensure the fidelity of high quality instructional materials implementation and to identify the trends in our instructional practices. And then they'll give us feedback on that and let us know how we can improve, what our next steps are. They'll observe our instructional leadership team meetings and provide feedback that's aligned with our instructional leadership team rubric, which has been developed, strengthening our leadership capacity and supporting consistent instructional oversight. They're going to be observing cluster meetings and providing targeted feedback to instructional coaches to enhance our professional learning community effectiveness in alignment with district priorities. They're going to be supporting coaching conversations by assisting in structuring discussions based on product observation data, and that's student work, right? What does our student work look like? And so they'll give feedback on that, and then that'll help to promote actionable data-informed teacher growth. We'll be identifying teachers requiring additional support to ensure consistent coaching, targeted professional development, and sustained implementation of instructional best practices. And then, of course, the intended outcome of all of these efforts is to strengthen instructional leadership and be more consistent with our high quality instructional material implementation across campuses, improving teacher growth through targeted coaching, and reinforcement of alignment between instructional leadership teams, professional learning communities, and our classroom practice. So
Ms.
that's-
Wallace, on all of this, I mean, it sounds awesome. I just know that the teachers have expressed that they have a lot of meetings. They're constantly being taken and trained and trained and trained. And we're doing this to them, but the other sounding voice is the importance of relationships and the importance of finding the people within all of this. So I really want to make sure that as as a district that we're allowing our teachers to have that time. It doesn't seem like they're given enough time to just like breathe and recoup and work on their schedule. And I say that for the principals too. I mean, I don't know what the principals are doing, but the time I've been on campuses, I haven't seen them. I know y'all are working, okay? I'm not saying you're not, but I feel like maybe they are also being bombarded with their own trainings. And something that teachers have said to me is that principals being in the hallway means something to to the kids. It means direction. It means I'm being seen. It's relationship building. And I will give kudos to Dr. Bettis because I've heard you're always there. And so you're watching and that's good. And so I think that it's seen on the campuses and it means something to the teachers for them, the principals to be walking in the hallways. And it means something to the kids also to have that connection with them. And so I really want to stress that, at least what I'm hearing from teachers, and I didn't hear it from principals, I haven't talked to y'all, but I've heard it from teachers, is them feeling very overwhelmed with a lot of this new data, new information, constant training. And there's got to be like a balance. And I don't know how we get that balance. And it just seems like they're really tired, our teachers. And I want to make sure that as our superintendent, you come up with a plan for that, that we can somehow find that balance between these trainings and giving them time for their schedule planning and also growth, right? Sometimes conversations encourages growth just within. Just having that off time, you can have a conversation of how you solved the problem in the classroom. So off time is important. And I know you're talking about that in here, that they're meeting with each other. It just seems like data. And I know Ms. Carew said it earlier, it's like, where's the people in it? Where are the relationships? So if we can somehow figure that out to find that balance of helping our teachers have that pause, and even our principals, I don't know what they're doing, but I'm sure that they need that pause too, just to be able to walk the hallway and breathe in the hallways.
And I think when we looked at this calendar and the Fridays that I thought, and maybe I heard wrong, but I thought it gave them, and I know we all need a schedule, right? Or we'll just squirrel and we're done, right? But I thought that they would have more time for those conferences, and I didn't know that, and tell me if I'm wrong, that whole Friday would be planned for them. Is that correct?
So we built the schedule because early on, we identified that there was a lot of training needed. And so we built the schedule with Friday, a lot of Friday time, twofold. One was to give teachers a break, like give them that break, like where the kids get a break, teachers get a break, right, from each other. And also, but the second part of that was because of the amount of training that we really need to be doing with our teachers. So, I mean, we can look at how to slow it down. I know that in the beginning of the year, it was very difficult because there was a whole lot of training, but I know pretty sure that this last Friday, they had a half day, like on your campus, Sid. Did they have a half day?
Okay.
Was it a whole half day? Was it a quarter of a day? Like, do you remember?
A quarter of the day.
So they had that, but we will definitely look at building in, making sure that they know that that's their PLC time, that that's their work time. But yes, so the days
Maybe if it's not all clustered into the first couple of Fridays, maybe, and I know there's some training that absolutely has to be done, but maybe if we can scatter it out through the Fridays, so it's not, okay, we're full, and then towards the end, we have that time, towards the end of the year, if possible.
I will get with CNI and look at what we can
At
move
least just
around.
to ease it just a little bit for them.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that's very beneficial. Like at the college, we have faculty Fridays, and I know comparing apples to oranges because we don't have to enter the TEA.
There's that.
There's that. Yeah, we have our meetings that we need to attend. And we have that ahead of time. And we have those meetings in the morning, and then so later in the afternoon, we can adjust it for what we need it for as far as preparing for our next week's lectures and getting all that. So, yeah, I think they do need to have that time to just breathe and get things under control. And again, on the flip side too, we did lose four Fridays because of the cyber
Right,
attack.
Right.
And so we have to look at that, and we're trying to build up from our F rating. And so there's a lot of things that have
And
that.
that's why I
yeah,
said, like,
and-
let's look
but-
at it, what we can ease and then.
Yeah, but for their mental stability, or just a break, they need to have that time to just
Breathe.
breathe.
Yes.
So.
We will build in some breathing time.
Yeah, and
Thank
for the principals too, I do want to say that because I feel that they're probably just as much in meetings because I didn't see them. I don't know where they were, but I know they were in a meeting. They were there. And it's hard because even I heard here, I think there was some talk of the principals in meetings too, right there in training. So
Yes.
anyways, but they all need a breathing and it just is so much on them, the teachers and principals. And I haven't spoken to them, but I just feel that it's probably equal and just giving them that opportunity, like JJ was saying, is give them the time, like your morning's going to be off on this Friday, do what you need to do. And then it gives them some flexibility. I think they would like that suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Colas.
Okay.
Domain 2.
Okay, domain 2 is our effective and well-supported staff. So what you'll find in your packet is the Coyote certification cohort. It's our November update. So we have launched and engaged with our teachers who are seeking certification. As you know, next school year, all core content educators will have to be certified. And so we've kicked off our Coyote certification cohort. It launched October 2nd with an initial response of 16 participants that replied to the district interest form. We had a mini session October 16th focused on the writing components of the certification exams, including special education and bilingual. And then on the November 7th PD day, the curriculum and instruction team met with each of the campuses to share information about House Bill 2 and the overall purpose of the cohort, including how it connects to district initiatives like high quality instructional material, multi-tiered system of support, and professional learning communities. Following these campus visits, the engagement increased to 35 participants. So they more than doubled the participants. So kudos to them for going out and preaching it and selling it and getting 35 people to sign up. And we do hope that there will be even more of our uncertified teachers that will join the cohort to learn. Teachers are being actively engaged with Magic School AI certification tutors that are developed to support individualized study plans. And from what I understand, there's already been 600 touch points with Magic School AI. So our teachers are getting on and studying and using their study plans. So the 35 participants of that group has been on 600 times to study as a whole. So that's pretty good. 8%, if you turn the page, about 8 participants are not yet enrolled in an alternative certification program, which does limit their ability to receive testing clearance, but we are working on getting them in a program. So we're going to be helping them do that. The most frequently identified challenge among participants to find the time to study is time, obviously, right? It's getting the time to do that. So I know that we've talked about the Fridays, like sometimes pulling that cohort together. We are doing it after school. We're doing it, it's really kind of on their own time to help them get certified. But if we have room in the Fridays, we'll definitely be pulling them together as a group as well to support them in their certification efforts. So, and then I missed one. Yep, no, I didn't. Next steps, teachers are pursuing similar certification pathways and have been connected to former peer study groups for collaborative support. So we are connecting them with people who have recently been through certification efforts to sort of support them in their mission to get certified. Additional cohort sessions will continue to focus on exam preparation strategies, test taking confidence, and connections to the House Bill 2 teacher certification pathways. The linked resources, the cohort, our Uvalde CISD MTSS was on numbers. That was just the resources that were linked for our certification teachers, for the teachers who were trying to get certified. Those were the stuff that we had, the resources for them. And then also in your packet, you'll see our list of uncertified teachers, and that'll keep you up to date. We'll be doing that every month. We'll give you the list so that you can see kind of the growth, see that we're tracking as we get them certified. I believe we had 5 teachers get certified. Some of the ones that were successful in October are not on the list, I believe, because they've gotten certified.
I'd like
So-
to see if it's possible, once, of course, with their approval, once they get certified, let's highlight them on the website and celebrate it.
Who recognize them?
Recognize.
Good idea.
And I'd like to see those 8 participants, if we can find them and help them out on Friday. Make sure that they get that time extra on Friday that we support them
Mhm.
on time off, so that it would, for whatever reason, I'm sure it's time that they haven't,
Gotten into a
Mhm.
program.
I'm sure it's
I'm
because of
not-
time
Yeah, I'm not sure.
limitations. I know that President Bettis had brought up something the last time about money. Does that
Paying for the
Does
certification.
that mean anything? And here
No, we
for the
don't.
reason why? No.
No, we have a partnership with Texas A&M San Antonio that is helping for their master's degrees, but that's through a partnership with Texas A&M San Antonio. And so, and that's only for the masters. So certification efforts, we do not have a partnership or a grant for that.
So would that impact them logging in?
No,
No, right? They can still
No,
do everything.
it's just
a test.
testing. It's just the actual
Okay.
testing.
right, you have to be in a certification program that's approved through the state of Texas for them to be able to take the test. So what we'll do for the 8 is help them get into a program.
What does
Usually,
it cost to take the test?
I think the test is about 300, or is it
Each-
120? I know admin is 300, so it's about $120.
It's a little more than that.
Is it 150 somewhere in
So,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well, if
several.
we get them all there, we should just figure out how we get the money for them. If that's the only thing holding them back,
Everyone, kidney.
donate.
Yeah, I had
Blood
several,
drive.
I had several teachers that reached out and you know, one of them I know from Batesville that really worked hard to get her degree. And she goes, it's not, I do it for the love, I do it for the kids. And I know next year, and he goes, but Riso, I don't have any time. On Fridays, I'm consumed, we talked about this already, but I'm so consumed with everything. And I've got to teach 2 different grades. She went on to explain like her workload. But she goes, and it's not that I don't want to do it, it's just the time. I just don't have that time. I'm burned out. So
We really need to look at the Fridays for them, especially
Okay.
since we already made the schedule change.
Well,
We
because
can't make the
they're not
schedule
gonna
change.
have a choice, like, they're gonna have to be
They have to be
certified.
certified.
I mean, it's not like, okay, I'll go work somewhere else, but I mean, this is across the board, and so if we can help them, you know, a little bit, a
we
lot,
we
you
help
know,
ourselves because
exactly.
Exactly, we get
at
to.
the end of the day,
Right,
what are you gonna do?
right. Okay.
Domain 3,
Domain 3. Positive school culture, safety and security, item of information, update on the Rob Corner Memorial, which trustee Riso, we bumped that from last meeting to this meeting, so.
I
Yes,
remember,
sir.
yeah, thank you for
Mhm.
putting that on this agenda. Wanted to, you know, just kind of bring people up to speed on what's going on, and especially the board. About a year ago or so, maybe even longer, a year and a few months, Robert and I were asked to create a committee and to have some kind of memorial at Rob. And at that time, reached out to a lot of the family, actually all the family members, and I kind of told them what was going on and what the direction of the board was. And you know, got some feedback, got some names, people that wanted to be on the board, and people suggested so-and-so, and some community members as well reached out, and it was great. But as we went through the motions, it just didn't seem right, you know, when we're trying to be transparent, we're trying to release information. And, you know, we've had our hiccups, and we acknowledge and take responsibility for that. And now that things seem to be kind of moving forward, I said, well, let's go ahead and put it back on the agenda so we can discuss this and be transparent. And so in doing so, it created obviously interest in that. And some of the family members reached out and said, hey, what's going on with this? And had long conversations. I reached out and sampling, put it out in a text message, explaining why it was back on the agenda. And it's evident that things came up. And one of those things is the state came in and said, hey, there's a possibility that we may be taking over. We got some funding and we were going to create a memorial. And of course, everybody knows about it. And so a lot of the families said, why don't we put a pause on y'all's memorial from the board, from the school? And, because I was very clear with them, I said, we all understand that we do not have rights or access to that property. It's still being held up by the VA, and they know that. And then the other part is funding, right? I mean, we have to do fundraising, and you want to give it justice. So we talked through all that, and they said, well, a lot of the families said, well, why don't we wait a little bit to see what the state's gonna do, and then we'll go from there. And I was very clear with them, and I said, I want y'all to know that as a district, as a board, we want to fulfill our commitment, our promise to y'all. But if you're giving me this direction and you're asking me to convey this message, then I will do so in good faith. And that's basically where it's at today. I sent this very detailed message out to the families to make sure that they all knew what was going on. And any questions, concerns, give me a call. We'll walk through it. We'll talk about it, right, and address any concerns or issues that you may have. And so that's where it's at right now. And it's not that we don't want to move forward with it. I think that this would be the right time. But if the people that are going to be receiving the gift are saying, let's wait up a little bit to see what happens, then we also have to respect that wish, right? Why give something it's going to be received, but with so that is where we're at with it. And, I think we may have to revisit this at a later time if y'all are okay with it. And I still have the list of the people that wanted to be on that committee, and we could always move forward, but it's a really tough thing because it would have to be right at the corner, and then we have to go to the city, and can we even do something there? Is it an easement? There's a lot of hurdles, and they totally can comprehend that, so that's where we're at. So I wanted to just kind of be transparent with that information. Any questions?
I would only say that maybe the option to talk about maybe other locations that they might like it to be at. And I know I thought about, out front, they have areas in Legacy in the front that we could put something, or even at the corner, at the, I don't even know what it's called, but that field by the high school. I don't know, the practice field is back there. We've got different properties that we might be able to put something out. Not to say, it's just an area where they can go visit and sit down, and that we own a property of, because I don't know if we're going to be able to do that given that they're taking it over.
Yeah.
And so if we still want options as a district, that's something you might talk to the families about. I don't know if that's something you have conversations
That would
about.
be good to get a feel of it,
Mhm.
because we did hear from one parent that truly does not feel like there should be a memorial where her child was killed.
Mhm.
And so I don't think that we've talked about that or even thought about it. We just think that that would be the place for it, right? And I'm sure there'll be more families that come forward, but she does not believe that the memorial should be on the Robb property. So I think that we just need to ask, and I think we just all assume it's gonna be there because that's where it happened, but I think we need to ask, like everybody else, like, what are your thoughts? This is
Right.
what one parent feels, that it should not, the memorial should not, she doesn't want a memorial where her child was killed. And after reading her email, I see it, like, it's not gonna, they want a place to go, to think, to remember, and that campus is not a place to think and remember. It's a hurtful place. It's a sad place. It's an awful place. When you think about it, if I was a parent, that's what I would think.
Mhm.
So I feel like we should ask more of
different
these
options.
families, yeah, there are options.
Like,
We
I
we
could,
have so many properties.
Right.
That it could, I was just thinking there that the high school area, because there's could be parking there, not the high school, but the fields. I don't know what that's, the soccer fields
Yeah.
in the back.
So I think
And-
that's something that we need to keep talking about.
well, I can.
make
I can
sure
follow
that-
up on another text and get a feel for things that you said and go from there.
I think it's,
Because I don't want them to feel that because that property is being sold, that we just have no option now, but there's several options and we just want to be open to that and so that we can do something. It's
Like,
not,
It's not being sold. Right? The property's not being sold.
no, the
But the
property.
state
The
is
state, the state's taking. it.
Yes.
We're not selling. it.
right, right.
I'm sorry if I said that.
Yeah.
I meant-
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't mean that. It's
Yeah,
being
yeah.
taken.
right.
Right, we don't, it does appear that they will pay us for it, but if we were to not want to do that, then it would
Right.
be imminent, they
They're
would
gonna take it anyway.
claim
Take it
eminent
anyways.
domain.
So we
So
would,
we
we
don't-
are gonna get money for it, but it's just, I said so, but
Yeah.
they're taking it. We don't have a choice. But I don't want the families to feel like there's no option. They're taking it over. I mean, they can still go to the city, I guess, and ask them about what they plan to do with that property. But for us and what's in our control, it would be only our properties that we have control over. So.
Right.
I'll do that then.
Okay, thank you. Domain 4?
Right, alignment of financial well-being with student achievement. And I brought y'all, the next thing is the payroll plan. I was asked to create a plan for payroll. You'll also see underneath that the payroll concern log. I sent y'all an email with it as well, but I printed it out for you because it was kind of hard to see. So the objective for the payroll plan is to establish deadlines with time sheets and record keeping to allow adequate time to complete the payroll, run reports, pull the team together to evaluate the reports, and get the payroll to the bank 48 hours before the payroll date error-free. So the actions that we're taking, we're going to adhere to timesheets, to deadlines for our timesheets and updated employee records, which are due 10 days before payroll. One of the real concerns that we found as we really looked at what were our root causes is we were not holding tight to our timelines for that stuff being turned in. So we would have our clerks trying to chase down time cards, time logs to be approved beyond the 10 days. So we'd be running up close to payroll and they're still trying to get timesheets done. So we are going to hold tight to the timesheets are due 10 days before payroll. That is going to be a hard deadline. And we've created an email, like a reminder email, like 5 days out, 3 days out, the day before to remind people to get it done. So it'll be a recurring email that they get. So we're just trying to put systems in place to make sure that we get what we need to be able to do what we need to do. So we're doing that. We're setting up HR and payroll meetings 9 days before the pay date to ensure all information is submitted and reviewed. So once we have all of our timesheets turned in and all of our data, payroll and HR will sit down and review it to make sure that it's complete and that we don't need to follow up with anybody for additional information. And we're going to be setting up HR and payroll meetings 5 days before the pay date to review payroll submissions. So that means at that point, we'll have done a lot of the work and be able to review payroll and make sure that it's correct. I know one thing that they do is they verify the previous month's payroll because payroll really should be very similar for majority of the people. So if it's different, why is it different? And so they're going to allow themselves time that in that 5 days before they'll meet and they'll review where we're at. Then they'll address any issues in that 5 day span before it has to be to the bank, or the 3 day span before it has to be to the bank. And then they'll get it to the bank 48 hours before payday. So that's one of the things to accomplish this. Again, we've established open lines of communication and supportive working relationships. There was a big fear of like, who's going to get in trouble? And there was a lot of finger pointing, and we've really pulled them together to work together so that they understand like no one's pointing fingers at anybody. We're just trying to get the work done appropriately. So we're taking the time to see the people, hear the people. What do you need? How can we help you? Let's get all around the table. What are the pain points? And then addressing those. We've implemented follow-up to support on submitting necessary documentation. And again, I got the reminder emails. We've created enhanced checklists. So in some cases, we did not have checklists. And now we've created those for the payroll system so that they can say, we determine the criteria, right, to get payroll submitted correctly and on time. We've listed all of that out, and now it's in the form of a checklist to be able to make sure that we're getting everything done in a timely fashion. We are working directly with Skyward to learn and implement the features in the database appropriately. So we were not utilizing Skyward to its full ability, and we were doing a lot of workarounds, which is what caused us a lot of issues whenever we moved from, after the ransomware attack, we moved from a server-based Skyward into the cloud, and all the workarounds we had created kind of were undone whenever we moved into the cloud. So now we're going back and making sure that we're utilizing the features appropriately. We kind of had to start from the ground up, and we're working very hard on that. 5, we're defining roles and responsibilities very clearly in the workflow. So that was another issue that we identified that was a nugget of concern whenever we got to the root causes. There weren't workflows established and really defined roles and responsibilities. So we've done that. We're implementing a triple verification procedure for data entry to make sure that the numbers aren't transposed. I know one issue we had a number transposed in somebody's pay. So like, how are we double and triple verifying? So we've set up a triple verification system for data entry. We're implementing personnel audits. So like in our benefits department, she's kind of a singleton. So our HR chief has now been going in monthly and just pulling names and saying, audit these. And at first she was like, okay, but then she came back and was like, thank you, because I found a mistake. And so like doing the audits where we pull the folders and say, make sure that this is all entered correctly has also been another thing that we're doing. Training and developing staff internally and utilizing external experts. So we brought the Skyward people in. We've got Jimmy coming in. He's also a Skyward, guru on the finance side. So we're going to continue growing and developing and training. We're creating handbooks of how we do things. And so that's going to be very helpful. And that's sort of going to be like the Bible of how we get our work done in each one of those workflows. We are adding back a bookkeeper to reduce the workload to a manageable level. Originally, we had combined the bookkeeper and the payroll person, just trying to cut costs at central office any way that we can. And we have determined, especially right now, having had the ransomware attack and switching from a server-based to the cloud-based Skyward, which are a lot of our calculations, again, didn't translate. It's very time consuming to get everything back on track. And so for now, now we are adding, I think the bookkeeper position might already be posted. So we're working on adding back that person to reduce the workload to a manageable level. And then building trust with employees. We recognize that whenever we have issues with payroll, that's a huge trust concern. So we're working on actively returning communication within 48 hours, meeting face-to-face with employees who have questions about their salary and benefits, improving and enhancing the onboarding process to build better awareness of benefits and deductions. Glenn Southward, our new HR manager, he's created it's a template that employees can kind of play with. They can put in, like, if I add these deductions, like if I add these insurances, these would be my deductions, and this is what my pay would be based on what I'm slated to make. So he's got a little calculator going for them, and whenever they do onboarding, they'll be able to kind of see what signing up for all, the different insurance options what it will cost them and what that will do to their bottom line pay. So we're trying to create tools and pull people in whenever we do onboarding to really help them understand, because that's another thing that we've learned is people don't really understand like that TRS is going to come out and that, you know, the federal income, like all the federal stuff that comes out, like Social Security or not Social Security, I'm sorry, Medicaid, Medicare, that kind of stuff. They don't understand a lot of times that that comes out and that it does affect their bottom line. And if they sign up for the vision or they sign up for the dental, that's an additional cost. The district doesn't cover those costs. And so we're going to help people understand the impact to their bottom line as well. And then pay letters. I said right here, the pay letters were to go out before Thanksgiving break. I am happy to announce that pay letters went out Friday. And we apologize again that they did not go out earlier, like they normally would have. It just took a little longer, but they were sent out through Skyward. So we're using our database to start to do these things that we automate. And so we're cleaning up a lot of, you know, understanding on how to get that done and where we have to add the information for each employee to make sure that we're able to utilize all of the functions of Skyward. So again, we're training and developing, we're utilizing our resources. And while it took longer, it will in the future be much simpler. It'll be much easier because it's streamlined now.
Do substitute teachers, do they have access to Skyward like that for their check stubs to view? Or
I'm not sure.
are they in a different category of being able to view their pay stubs?
I'm gonna have to go to friend.
Stubs, but they
Okay.
should be verifying who they subbed for and that through Red Rover. Red Rover is our substitute. And they should be verifying in there.
And I know that there's gonna be training on the Red Rover, right? We talked about it at one of our meetings, cause there's people that are saying they still can't log in. They still have to have people write their time in and time out, correct? Right?
Yes.
I know there's a training coming.
Yes, I've worked with Anne Marie and her team. And yes, we are going to be doing some additional training on Red Rover. There are also, I will just tell everybody who is tech savvy, you can go into Red Rover and they have little videos that you can watch that help you learn it too. So for people that don't want to wait for our training, which we are setting up for our subs, our administrators and teachers, you can go into Red Rover and look at the videos to help you as well.
I think it was maybe it was Anne Marie that
Yes.
said there's actually let's sit down at the
Yes, we are.
computer together and go over it just so
Yes.
that we can troubleshoot some of those problems.
Yes, that is also in the works.
Who
Thank you,
do
Ms.
they call or email about concerns? Do you have a person that they contact?
So they can, there's an email, it's
Payroll.
HR or there's payroll@ucisd .net, just like the end of our emails. And there's one that's payroll at, and there's another one that's HR at UCISD, or Uvalde CISD, I'm sorry, UvaldeCISD.net. And then the rule is we are getting back with them within 48 hours to help understand their concerns and help resolve their issues. Most of what I'm seeing right now is it's very technical, like on stipends. If you don't teach the full day, you don't get the full stipend. Or if if you only teach 2 sections, you only get 2/5 or 2/6 of the stipend for different things. So, or if it sort of depends on how things are given. So people may not know that. So a lot of what we're getting calls about right now is, why am I not getting the full stipend? And so we're having to explain that it's based on number of sections that you teach is how that's doled out. So if you only teach.
Why is that though? I mean, the stipend is based on the extra work that they're doing. It's not based on where does it say that in our compensation plan
So-
that that's what we have to do?
Like the bilingual stipend or the math stipend, it is based, the $5,000 is based on, I'm not talking about the extra stuff. I'm not talking about sports or any of that. I'm solely talking about like if you get a bilingual stipend or if you get a math stipend, that's for being a math teacher or being a bilingual teacher a bilingual certified teacher in a bilingual class. That goes by sections. And that I believe is in our, that is written, they pulled it up and read it to me because I was like, make sure that's what it says. So it's based on,
I didn't read that on the compensation plan, that it was based on a percentage of the class,
it's.
their
so
load.
if you don't teach the full day of classes, like if you teach multiple different things, and if you're only teaching, like, say you only teach math 4 sections, and you teach, I don't know, English, the other 2.
Mhm.
If you're not working, like, the stipend is for the full 6 class sections. So the teachers who teach the full 6 sections get the full stipend. I can
don't-
have them pull it up and
I
I
don't
can
think our
print it.
compensation plan says that. I mean, it's based on what they're doing. So like the bilingual, they're transitioning it to Spanish or whatever, you're transferring it to Spanish and English, and so it's the same work.
Well, not exactly, because they're only doing that for maybe 40 kids as opposed to, 120 kids.
I don't think it's on our compensation plan anyway.
She pulled it up right here. It is. It's prorated.
It's prorated.
Where does it say it?
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Wait, before we go forward, I'm sorry if Amanda, will you introduce yourself? Because we kind of just told you sit up here and we didn't, I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm just wondering. Sit here.
This is Amber.
Amber.
She's with Thompson and Horton. Yes, Amber King, and she's with Thompson and Horton, our attorneys.
She said, sit there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Page 5.
On page 5.
2025 basis.
Oh, I don't have my compensation plan with me. I've just.
Yeah, it's kind of
But it's-
like, I'm sorry, to interrupt, Trustee Gonzalez.
It's in
Kind of like,
stipends.
on the stipends that, that for overloads that we get at the college, if it's not a full load, you're gonna get a percentage of that stipend. And because you can't get a full load, you can't get 100% of that stipend if you only have 6 students. So
Is that what?
I think it's under HR,
What does it
under our
say,
like,
please?
under our website. It's under HR, under our website. And it's like got a little asterisk underneath it says prorated.
Thank you.
And the teachers, when we enter into this agreement, they're fully aware that it's, 60% and the percentages and.
That's what we're
Because
hoping
what-
to help them understand,
'Cause-
is if you don't teach the full slate of coursework, then you don't get the full stipend, because
Was that something we just changed?
no, that's.
So it's kind of interesting that you're having to teach them that.
I
If they
think
had
so.
been doing it before.
Some of them were not, I think one is a new teacher to us that had a question about it. But that's a lot of what we're getting right now is like, why didn't I get my master's stipend? Well, nobody's gotten their master's stipend yet. We're waiting for our documents to come back to us so we can verify masters. And if you're teaching the appropriate subject area for your masters, or like it's questions. It's not necessarily like I'm missing $8,000 or I'm missing.
Well, the dual credit teachers are not getting their stipend for dual language.
I mean, dual credit or
The-
dual?
Sorry, dual language, I'm sorry. The dual
Okay.
language student, that teachers are not getting their stipend. They're not getting theirs, even though they're teaching the whole full day, they're not getting their
They need to
stipend.
email us if they're not getting their stipend, because if they are dual language and they're bilingual certified,
So they're not, I think what it is they're not certified, but they're teaching it.
right? You have to, it's for bilingual it's bilingual certified. It's a bilingual stipend.
So, but they're still doing the work of the bilingual teacher.
The stipend is to try and draw certified teachers. So when they get certified, they get the stipend.
But the stipend is supposed to supplement them for their work that they're doing, not for the certification.
Does it say certification on the stipend?
I believe it does.
Yeah, it says certified.
So I think that, is there a way for us to revisit that? Because I understand that the dual language teachers are getting really hit by that. Is there a way for us to visit for them to be able to get that dual language stipend? Because they're doing the work. of a they're still having to,
Bilingual stipend, it's a, yeah, bilingual.
so they're still having to do all the work of transferring it to Spanish and English, and they're doing all of that. That's the purpose of a stipend, is to supplement them based on their work, the extra work that they're doing.
That, I mean, if we can afford it,
I think we can, especially if it was something we've done before.
But is the state requiring them to be certified to receive the stipend?
no, the stipends are from the district. And they're to draw certified teachers, but if we're gonna give it, I mean.
As
to
far as the
everyone-
language, teachers, I don't think that this has happened to them before, is what I'm understanding.
They need to email us. Because we followed the plan. I don't know what has happened before. If it's been, we just give it to them because they're there and we don't look at what it
Oh,
says.
no, they're working, they're doing
I-
the work of this, of transferring it to Spanish.
Yes.
And that it's what the stipend
Yes.
is intended for, is for the work that they're doing, the extra work of transferring it to Spanish.
If well, they're teaching dual language, so they're teaching in Spanish or they're teaching in English. I don't know that they do very much, our materials don't come to them already translated, so they're making the connections for the kids, definitely. But if the board wants to discuss adding stipends to all dual language teachers, we can get what that would cost us. I mean,
Something that we've done in the past, I don't know why it was changed and we didn't know about it.
I think we're just following our policies. One of the things that they talked to me about originally was we had a lot of policies that we were not following. And so one of the things I was charged with was make sure we're following our policies. So if it says that that's what we're gonna do, then that's what we're going to do. But if the board would like to change, because we didn't change that. Like, that was not changed.
So the policy was there, but we just weren't following the policy.
Right.
We're paying them, even though they
In many
weren't
cases, I don't think they
certified.
were
Or,
being prorated.
and so, but now you're having to address that
Yeah,
and educate them.
yes.
What is that, the bilingual stipend, what is that for?
The bilingual stipend is for certified bilingual teachers to draw them to the district. Many districts do it. It's,
No, that's not, a stipend is to supplement them for their extra work. So what is the supplement? What are they doing?
no,
That's
they're
supplemental
literally
work.
getting paid for their certification. We're trying to get certified teachers here. So districts give a stipend for people to come that are certified. And you're just looking at trying to get certified staff, just like the math and science or math stipend. We're trying to get certified math teachers in the district. So there's a stipend for certified math teachers as well. And so when you get certified, that's whenever you get the stipend. Those stipends were not, like, in my experience in administration for 24 years, those stipends are literally to draw certified staff to the district. They're literally for the certification. So it's not for extra. Now, there are other stipends that are for extra duty work, but they would have been a certified bilingual teacher somewhere else if they wouldn't come to a district that has like a stipend for being a certified bilingual teacher. So they're doing the work. They would have still been doing
So
the
kind
work.
of like jobs where they hire you, if you're bilingual, you get a stipend for being bilingual.
If you come and you're certified,
Yes.
you get a
But
stipend
they're doing
immediately.
extra work is what's happening. They're just not teaching in English. They're having to just transfer it to Spanish, and it is extra work. Everything they do is extra work for them to do that.
No, I'm not discounting.
So
it.
it's,
They're not-
I'm just saying that they should be paid for that extra work. It doesn't matter if they're certified or not. They're doing the extra work.
So we can revisit.
I'd like to
this.
visit that,
Yeah,
you
we
know,
can
like, get
revisit this
numbers,
and
yeah.
get numbers.
Get numbers and see what it would cost. And put it in the next agenda, next meeting.
So can we move on?
One more thing, I'm sorry. For the people that are doing payroll, I know you said it earlier. If they're not getting the time to be able to submit it, if they can tell their principal, if they need, I'm understanding that this individual campuses are pulling this data, right? The payroll.
Right, the secretary should be doing this.
And so if they don't have the time, they need to speak up and ask for the time. Because if we don't know that they're having an issue and they're being inundated with all kinds of things, they need to be given the time to focus on this 100% so they meet the deadline. So if possible, we want to make sure that they know that we're supporting them and getting that, meeting that deadline that you're saying here, the 10 days before, right? Is that what you're saying? They have to 10 days. So I just want to make sure that we give them enough time, the secretaries or whoever's doing that.
And I also wanted to say one other thing. The last time, we were in closed session for about 4.5 hours, really long time. And we came out and we just kind of said no action taken, but this action plan, and I appreciate that, what you've done and you turn, and like really fast to give us this information. It's a result of working together, expressing and I'm sure y'all saw our faces, you come out here, sometimes things aren't very pleasant, but we work through them. And I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate I can't show you guys all the stuff, but like all the information that's on here and the follow-ups and stuff like that, because it's at the end of the day, it's about accountability, right? They reach out, they should be reaching out to their managers, to their bosses and stuff like that. But eventually, we have to, like we did, work together and come up with some kind of plan. So thank you, Ms. Colas. And Ms. Anne Marie.
And yes, that would
Yeah.
definitely.
And Ms. Pam, sure.
It's been a team effort.
Yeah.
Whoever's involved, yeah.
Team effort. And
Everybody,
kudos to
you're
them
right.
because, they're taking a lot of hits, people are super upset with them. And some of it is beyond their control, all of them, like everybody, HR payroll, nobody wants to have mistakes. No, everybody's doing their very, very best. And so, I appreciate that because they've been working so hard to get it right. We had payrolls turned in. I think all 3 payrolls that were due before the Thanksgiving holidays are completed and like ready to go to the bank. Like we're on, like the last one is going, I think tomorrow it's Wednesday maybe, but we're early. Like we're getting it done quickly, but that's a result of everyone working together and, getting around the table and getting it done. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So in November, the last thing that you'll find at your table seat is just a November list of all the cool stuff happening. I know we're over time, so I'm not gonna go through all of it, but lots of great stuff for y'all to attend in November if you'd like to.
Item 4, items of division of curriculum and instruction. A, consider approval of library materials.
Thank you, President Pettis. So this falls under our Domain 1 board goals, high quality curriculum and effective instruction. Senate Bill 13 states each time a school library catalog is updated, the Board of Trustees must approve or reject the list of proposed library materials at the first open meeting of the board held 30 days or later after the list is made available to the public. UCISD Library Services convened a comprehensive review process that included educators, stakeholders, and campus administrators to ensure all materials under consideration are aligned with the district's educational and developmental goals. Each selection is intentionally designed to enrich the Texas essential knowledge and skills and strengthen the district's curriculum through engaging standards-based resources. Titles are carefully curated to support a balanced and inclusive library collection that reflects the diverse interests and maturity levels, abilities, and learning styles of all students. These materials aim to foster a lifelong love of reading, promote critical thinking, and encourage personal growth through the respectful exploration of diverse ideas and perspectives. So our process, UCISD Library Services follows a transparent and collaborative process for reviewing and recommending library materials. Suggestions may originate from students, parents, teachers, library staff, and community members, with additional input gathered through consultation with library professionals. From other districts, selections are guided by trusted sources, including professional library journals, recognized state and national reading lists, and reputable vendor catalogs. Each title under consideration must include professional reviews that indicate favorable quality and content, ensuring that all materials are age appropriate, academically relevant, and aligned with the district's educational standards. At this time, What you should know is all purchases were budgeted through existing instructional materials and library allocations. And I'll let our Ms. DeLeon, our district librarian, talk more about that. If you have any questions.
List is posted on our website, our library services website, for 30 days for parent review. And once that review is done, we get feedback from parents. I haven't had any feedback on the list that has been provided. So then it goes to school board to get approved.
So, there's 11,412 books. There, and as I was going through the list, reviewing it, I noticed had the interest age, so there's K through 3, 3 to 6, 5 to 8.
Mhm.
Is that the highest it goes up to?
No,
8?
then you have YA, that's young adult.
YA.
That would be high school.
All right,
Mhm.
thank you for clarifying. I was like, where's the high school
Yeah,
one? So,
that's YA.
and so we've already put the list out for everybody and
Yes.
there's no,
Actually, let that DeLeon and Ms. Gomez put on the website and it has all the links to it. So that's actually what they see.
Do parents get to see a list of books that other parents complained and had pulled? Like, I know there was a book, Charlotte's Web, got pulled because people disagree with talking spiders and stuff like that. And I know it's not on this list that we don't have it, but as a parent, can we go in and say, hey, someone had this pull? That's ridiculous.
We haven't had any book bans in our district. So if
It wasn't this district, but I
Yeah.
did see that some school districts had that.
I haven't had an experience with a book ban. So if that were to happen, that would be made public. We would get a formal challenge. The first process you'll see on the last column, reconsideration process. If a parent has a concern about any item in the library, then they can schedule a meeting with me. We have an informal meeting, have a discussion about why it fits our library and why it belongs in our library. And if they still are not in agreement with that, then they can follow a formal process and turn in a challenge form. Then it goes to committee and the decision's made as a committee after we all read the book, and then it goes to school board.
Okay.
But there is a site that is Banned Books Week, and it'll have the top 10 books across the nation. So there's ways to find it, but it's not anything that I have published on our school website.
so just to clarify, Charlotte's Web was not from our school district.
It was not.
Okay.
It was a different school district,
Yeah.
a little light in the attic, which is a poem book because a kid broke a dish and then was like, I don't have to do dishes anymore. And so parents thought it was teaching kids to be mischievous. I read in 5th grade.
Yeah.
So how did you put this out, this information? How did the parents know that we put it online for them to review it?
It's posted on our library website, and then I shared a document with Mrs. Graber, and she pushed that out to principals to put on parent newsletters and on our sites.
So is the newsletters, did it go out in an email or anything like that?
We asked them to have them pushed out in the mass communications. We asked for them to do it in the mass communications, so like a CSOL text or whatever it is, we did ask the principals to add the flyer.
It's on our Uvalde High School website. I have access to that one. It's on there. Mr. Sen and I had a meeting last week, and I went to that parent meeting, and that's what we started the meeting with, was talking about our school library site and all of the components that are on it now.
I only asked because I did see the other districts that had a lot of issues too, and I was like,
Mhm.
I
Oh,
mean,
yes.
there's so many books, and I read through them and I was like, oh, I wonder if anybody will say not to have that book there, but no
Mhm.
one said anything, and so it's okay.
Yeah, we haven't had any feedback whatsoever.
That's good.
Thank you.
Madam Board President, I make a motion to approve the library materials for the 25-26 school year.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Quinones.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yes. But
Item B, consider approval of targeted intervention and turnaround plans for the 2025-2026 school year. Superintendent Colas.
Thank you, President Pettis. So targeted improvement plans, or the TIP, and the turnaround action plan, TAPS, are required by the Texas Education Agency for campuses identified through the state accountability system as needing additional support to improve student outcomes. These plans outline the campus's data-informed goals, root causes, and evidence-based strategies designed to accelerate progress in academic achievement and instructional quality and leadership effectiveness. Each plan reflects collaboration among campus leaders, teachers, and district staff to ensure alignment with the district's strategic priorities, board goals, and implementation of high-quality instructional materials. The process for board approval of targeted improvement plans and turnaround action plans ensures alignment between campus goals, district priorities, and TEA requirements. Each campus leadership team collaborates with the chief instructional officer to analyze accountability data, identify root causes, and develop measurable action steps grounded in high-quality instructional material internalization practices. Draft plans are reviewed and calibrated by the chief instructional officer for accuracy, funding alignment, and compliance before submission to the superintendent and board of trustees. Once approved, the signed plans are submitted to TEA through ISAM, which is our portal, ISAM, shared publicly, and progress monitored through district accountability systems to ensure ongoing implementation and results. So, do you have any questions? We had a whole big
This is what the public.
public hearing
was
was about.
I think the only thing, and I think we all kind of spoke about it, is trying to get it to where our families are given this information and something that they can understand and comprehend. And then I like trustee Muñoz's like two ideas actually, where they met with them midway after that middle of year report, whatever that's called. And then the parents, I like that idea too, because I think if we implement strategies like that, where they push out a parent, not mom or dad, what is it? Real mom, room dad, right? So room parent. And so that's, I think, because those are good initiatives that could help disseminate information. And
I added, we will add increased parental engagement opportunities, depending on the campuses, what they have. And then, I'm sorry, I could put my glasses on. And then parent conferences for middle of the year for the struggling students. So I added those two that we will add in the family engagement pieces of it. And then I did want to give you the timeline. We received it September 30th as the first training with the principal. So we started planning on September 30th. And of course, we had our week of legacy transition during there. October 20th to 22nd, TEA was in district doing fidelity walks on our campuses. So October 22nd, Dalton had their first meeting. October 23rd, Legacy. October 27th and 28th was MJH for the parent nights, and October 29th and 11/6 was UHS. So, but we will definitely increase those family engagements, and I will make sure it's added into the plan before submission.
is a TEA requiring us to submit anything mid-year?
No, ma'am. It's, the only thing that we have to submit is the stakeholder engagement that we did receive. So those 66 responses, which is a link. So we will upload those as well as the plan.
Is there, in January, when you do the middle of year, is there any way for us to get that, like a comparison data of what are?
Absolutely. I
We
believe
can-
it'll probably be right around the end of February when we do it, because the end of January is when we finish out. We give the campuses a window to test, but we could definitely bring that back up as a capture of where we are.
Like a comparison from beginning to middle?
Oh, yeah.
To give
Yes,
us-
and
Yeah,
our
oh, yeah.
principals
No,
have
definitely,
actually
yes.
done their first quarterly review, which they have done a
So good.
phenomenal job. So I've
Yeah.
got all their presentations on where they're at. And so I'm preparing something for y'all for each campus, the quarterly review, to include their PowerPoints. So I will be sharing that with Ms. Cola so she can share it with y'all. So we will have one each quarter. First quarter was, of course, the end of October. So we did it in November, and we'll have one again in January for the second quarter. So I will share those with y'all as well.
Thank you.
They did such a good job too. Very
Our
focused.
principals did a phenomenal job.
They really did a great job.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Board President, I make a motion that we approve the targeted intervention and turnaround plans for the 25-26 school year.
So they can, yeah.
Motion made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Riso. Aye.
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 Well,
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Motion carries. Item B, item 5, items of division of business and finance. Item A, item of information on Uvalde County Appraisal District update. Superintendent Collis.
Thank you very much. Under domain 4, this aligns with our alignment of financial well-being with student achievement. The Uvalde County Appraisal District assesses and collects property taxes for the district. Mr. Valdez, Chief Appraiser, will be providing information on the Uvalde County Appraisal District. Thank you for being with us tonight, Mr. Valdez. And I believe we've got do we have his? No, Mika.
We have it on our.
Y'all have it. Oh, it's on. That's okay. It's okay. It's on your.
I guess for the record, Roberto Valdez, there are some copies in the back for the public, if y'all would want to follow us.
Right. It is in your board book. I apologize. It's in your board book.
Yes, in the board book, I believe there's 2 per page. I'll try to cover them as I speak. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Roberto Valdez, for the record again. I am the chief appraiser and I serve also as your tax collector. If I may take you to, I guess, slide number 4. It's a part of the UCAD responsibilities. This is basically a section of the tax code, section 2301, that establishes that all properties values should be appraised at its market value. And again, this is just, I'm not going to read it out for y'all, but y'all can review it at your leisure. So the following slide, UCAD responsibilities, it is several sections of the tax code that continue to establish appraisal district responsibilities. And I guess the major ones would be the property exemptions, the homestead exemptions, that was also covered by section 1145. The next slide is the 3 functions of a mass appraisal system, where our major responsibilities are periodic review of the universe. So we have on or about 25,000 accounts, and we have about 8,000 scheduled for each year that we have to have boots on the ground, reinspection of the universe. Another one is the data maintenance. Data maintenance is done through permits and through revisits and or data trust. So we try to keep up with whatever is recorded at the county clerks to ensure that we're keeping up with new value, new construction, and new subdivisions. Value updates is done through racial studies. Basically, that is analysis that are done on comparable sales. Next graph is, or next slide is the 2025 appraisal program. In 2025, we had inspected, or we did inspection of approximately 9,000 accounts. That is boots on the ground and or aerial photography. For 2026, it is the city of Uvalde's turn, which it is within your jurisdiction. And we're doing a slow start as we've had some turnover in our appraisals staff. We're training and we're going through 3 new appraisers, and therefore you lose the productivity because your appraiser that is training the other appraiser, they're both doing slower work. Next slide, I'm already on slide number 9 if you're following me. Basically, this is the appraisal program with regards to the exemption analysis. If I may take you to the bottom right corner of that picture, it is approximately 1,300 accounts that had a new exemption. Basically, new homestead applications were being selected, or property owner were being asked to reapply for their homestead. Since this last year in 2025, where we had this mass review or mass reapply of exemptions, there's been a new law where now this new law prevents us from asking property owners to reapply. So now we're having to contract with a company to do our homestead audits of our database. So we're having to go through a different avenue to try to ensure that all exemptions are properly qualified. Next page is the City of Uvalde analysis for 2025. As you can see, we had approximately 141 sales, and the median was at 97, and the average was at 101. This graph shows that we were at market value for the appraisal year 2025 within the city of Uvalde. The next graph is basically a scattered plot where you see the red line saying that we're very close to the market. You can see properties above and properties below the 100% threshold that we're supposed to be. The next analysis is basically the 49 sales that we have within UCISD, but outside the city of Uvalde. And we're also at 98% median and 100% average. And that also illustrates that our market values for 2025 are at where we're supposed to be. If I may take you to slide number 14, it is how we get from market value to taxable value. We reduce the productivity loss or the productivity loss due to act values. We deduct homestead cap. We deduct the circuit breaker caps. Those are all laws that are in the books with regards to that limits the reappraisal of property. We remove the exemptions to come up with a net taxable value. This here is for the UCISD totals as of July of 2025, where your market value of 4,180,000,000 came down to 1,600,000,000, roughly. Slide number 15 is basically the reappraisal plan that covers the 3 years. We're talking that for 2026 and 2027, all properties within UCISD will be inspected. And then we'll take you to slide number 18, where we're talking about the Comptroller's Office. The Comptroller's Office performs 3 types of audits to our office. One of them is the property value study. You all are familiar with the value study that the state comes and does to use school district values, and they basically tell us, are we at market or we're not at market? The second one is the MAPS. The MAPS is a Methods and Assistance Program. So one year they do the value study, the other year they do the MAPS audit. This last year or the last 2 years, we've had the Targeted Appraisal Review Board. The fact that we were failing the school districts for 3 years in a row, that we were failing the PBS, we received a targeted map. The targeted map is a more intense review. They do a 5-year review of all our stuff. The next slide, you can see the 2024 ratio study for the whole office or for the whole CAT. As you can see, the category A, the residentials, we're at 100%. The vacant lands, we're at 97% on market. Rural lands, we're at 97% on market. And commercial properties, we're at 99%. That being the analysis that were done on the 2024 property value study. For UCISD residential category A1, we're at 96. Category D, which is your ag, at 94. E land is 98% and commercial at 100%. So that tells that the values in 2024 were right on the market. The 2024 value study, the certified values by the state were the local values. So that means that y'all were not affected by the certification of the state value. The 25 maps, we had on or about 87 questions, and I'm glad to report that they've all been cleared. You can see a communication from the auditor saying that he can confirm that all issues with the 2025 map have been resolved. The targeted appraisals. The target appraisal review program, basically because we failed the Nueces Canyon ISD values for 3 years in a row, that's what triggered it, and they had 5 recommendations. Out of the 5 recommendations, I think that the most expensive one would have been the gathering sales data. We just had the board approve the purchase of sales data from a private source for on or about $5,000. That was approved at our board last time. So now we're having to go by sales data because of these recommendations. If I may take you to the protest analysis, that's on tab number 29 and 30. About 64 to 75% of the cases that we had in 2025 were settled informally. We had approximately 170 cases that were heard by the board, by the appraisal review board. And we had a total of approximately 2,600 cases that were filed with our office, and we were able to work through them in a 60-day period. The next tab that I would like to take you to is tab number 33 or slide number 33. As you can see, the annual levy for 2025 is gone over 50 million. That is 50 million of taxes that we are set to collect for 2025. The following slide. In 2024, our office collected close to $49 million, $48.7 million within the 1 year timeframe of September of 24 through September of 25. The following graph is basically the collection rates. The March 1st collection rate is on or about 88%. The July 1st collection rate is very close to that 95%. We've been hitting 94.6, 94.8. The following table is basically what we collected for 24 for the school district. We were at 94.21% collection, which was $10.8 million. So if we estimate on the following slide, we estimate for 25 what we'll be collecting. By March of 26, we would have collected about 10.4 million out of your 11.7 million levy that we have set for collections. Any questions that y'all might have? I want to thank you for your time. And if at any time I can be of any assistance at the appraisal district, I'll be glad to work.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
so much.
Valdez, for always giving us a very detailed and itemized information. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
It's just
Oh,
information.
action, no action. Okay, 6A, consider approval of a letter of support from the board for the proposed Centro de Los Angeles Multi-Service Community Center. Superintendent Colas.
Thank you, President Pettis. Under Board Goal Domain Positive 3, Positive School Culture. The Empowerment of Community in Action Foundation, Inc., ECAF, has requested a letter of support from the UCISD Board for the proposed multi-service community center they hope to build in Uvalde. This center is envisioned as a space of dignity, healing, and opportunity, servicing families, students, and neighbors through wraparound services, educational programming, and cultural connections. If the Board of Trustees approves a letter of support, administration will draft one, work with the attorneys to have it approved, and supply it to the requesters.
Any questions?
I have a question. So I'm in total support of the community center that we need. We are in desperate need of one. The only thing that is just the location that's written on this proposal summary at this time is the Robb Elementary site grounds. I think we've all gotten some phone calls and some emails that is just kind of, we're still don't know what's going to happen with that property. I recall, Ms. Colas, and maybe you could answer this question. I recall that the discussion from the ECAF was not so much on where the buildings are, where the tragedy happened. It's more towards the back part of where the open field area is.
That was
You-
my understanding.
Is that your understanding? But there's no, for sure that's where.
Right, there isn't.
Yeah.
The ECAF, if they were going to work with the state of Texas, would have to get the state of Texas to work with them. Because that won't be in our control. I mean, in the state of Texas, like Texas Parks and Wildlife would be the ones to determine, where it would go or what, I mean, they would have to work with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea and I support everything that they're trying to do, but we just need to take Rob out of it. We can't say that we want them to put it there because we don't have access to it. But I fully support it.
No, we can't accept any public comment. I think if I can say, we've received emails and we've talked about it, and that's just one of the big concerns is that the name Rob is behind it. Aside from, we still don't know what's gonna happen with that property, because technically right now it doesn't even belong to us. So I don't know. I know.
He's representing, is that on here? Did he not speak on it like everybody else does?
You could have spoken in the open forum. Yes, open forum.
It's recorded.
It's not for, I'm sorry, it's not public comment during the agenda.
If I recall correctly, I mean, it's, again, I fully support what ECAF is wanting to do, and we definitely need something like that in Uvalde. It's been talked about, and I appreciate all the efforts that the board has done, the ECAF board. It's just the location at this time with Robb Elementary site grounds. I'm just having a hard time with that right now.
So what I understand that's happening is this state is doing this with the city. They gave them $11 million to do this already. And I think what this organization is trying to do is say, we're gonna be that voice to make sure that that money goes there and is utilized in the west zone in that area for that area. It's not even our decision what's gonna happen to Rob, and it's not even, the fact is that it's taken already. It's not even our choice. It's the state that's taken it over. Though it's listed here as Rob, what they are saying is they want to be that voice to make sure that that money stays in that west side. I don't know how that looks attorney wise, but I do support this initiative because I do believe that it's going to put facilities in that area, which unfortunately we don't even have a school right now in that area, and it would have been nice to have something for that west side. But that's what I do like about this. The problem is the wording, and I understand because we got approached about this, and everybody wants to have a say in it, and what's going to happen to Rob, but it's really just being removed from us. And I think what this organization is asking is for us to support it. And I do support the voice. I do support the voice and them being present to say, hey, we want to make sure that this is developed for the west side. Attorney, I don't know what we do with that and how is this wording. If you've had chance to read the wording of this letter of support.
Well, I may be a little unclear. I was just reading the letter myself. This letter is a letter to you all of, it appears to be of what they would like in terms of support from the board, and it does say something about construction on that property, but I presume it's not this letter you would necessarily be signing. You would be maybe creating your own letter of support from the board. So whatever parameters those may be in terms of what you do support or what you can support, I think is what you could put together. It not necessarily have to mirror exactly the language in this letter I'm reading right here with the concerning
Language part of it. And I think that's probably something that we could do is draft something that meets what we would like how it to read, and provide a letter of support in that way, but also within the parameters that we feel comfortable with as a board.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm in full support of
Yeah.
the initiative,
I
like
think-
100%.
Right, I am too. I just, I think I spoke with Philip and he said that, you know, if we moved forward, that you guys would help us draft something in support with the right verbiage. Sure. So with that being said,
Do we table it? to see?
no, we would vote with when the motion is made with that, with what we talked about with the, you know, we support, we favor or not favor the letter with the help of our attorneys, right? Something like that.
Sure.
I think, I mean, I don't know what that language looks like, but let's make a motion that we give our attorneys permission to write up something that represents us in favor of this organization.
Yeah, I think you could,
Make a motion.
right, you could make a motion to approve a letter to be drafted to support the organization's goals or visions with the support of legal counsel. Something like that.
Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll try it. Madam Board President, I make a motion that we provide a letter of support for ECAF with the assistance of our attorneys for us to review at a later time.
I'll second that. But I do want to open up for discussion because I do want you to put your words in of what you think.
Put me on the spot.
I'll do the motion and then we'll have
Yes,
discussion. Motion made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Gonzalez.
No discussion.
Any discussion?
Yeah. And thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I mean, it's a very tough thing, you know, and Lalo and I have discussed this in length many a times. My concern is the name is tied to it, right? And in my discussions were, you know, can you guarantee me that, because I hear the feedback, right? At the end, we may not even have control anyway. It's probably what it's gonna end up being. But I also get the feedback, and that feedback is it's sacred ground, right? I don't want anything built there. So when I ask, can you guarantee me that nothing's gonna be built there? There's no guarantee for me. And so I can't move forward with that. I can't even move forward with this right now because I need to see the letter before I even
Right.
would say that. So, you know, I'll vote in a minute, but I can't personally support it. You know, the feedback to me was very clear, deliberate, precise. And that is, you know, be very careful with this, you know, because we just don't know how it's going to end up at the end. We want to do what's right. And do we need something on the west side? Absolutely. Could it benefit a lot of the kids? Absolutely. You know, I mean, but it's a hard pill for me to swallow, for me to say that I would support it.
No, I'm still in discussion and I agree with that 100%. That's why the motion is to support the organization for the initiative of a community center. But I already said what my stance is at this point, not at Rob. But that's why I want the attorneys to help us draft something up, how that wording is, because I think they need, from my discussions with Lalo as well as other board members, is they need support to go forward with a community center. But the location is where I'm just struggling with right now.
I hear is that this would, again, what we're hearing, right, is that this property is just being taken over. They're gonna do something there. And so that's, I think, first of all, we want to make sure that the families know that, and that everyone that wants to talk about that, they need to go to the city. They need to voice their opinion there, because regardless of how many letters of support they get, the city ultimately is going to hold it. And if we could say whatever, and the only reason I say this group, because they have presented to us and they are trying to do something good for the community. And so that's my only point of that, but something's gonna be done. And the families and everyone in Uvalde that has interest in that needs to go to, I guess it's the city or whoever it's in charge of it, to voice their concern. I think there might even be a committee that exists, and they're coming to us, but really it is out of our hands. And it's gonna be taken completely out of our hands once it's sold or given to them. And so.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted. There was a bug that flew over there. So it was a grasshopper. Yeah.
Good
no,
news. That's
But.
what
yeah,
I wanna
and
say.
We even had, discussion at our last meeting about properties that we have, and that there's a lot of, history there, so.
Definitely.
Mhm.
So.
Can we I'm sorry.
Just one more thing. So the Parks and Wildlife is gonna take over, right? So basically, is that who they need to communicate with to get this going? I mean, not really. So then we have to support, or they want support from
They
us.
want
Right, they
support
want
from the board,
support.
so when they go forward.
We really have no say so.
Right, but a letter of support.
And really, nobody
is
has
what
any
they're
say
asking
so.
for. But, it's just kind of like job interview, you have your references, you take them, and so that's kind of like they're asking for our support.
But I think at the end of the day, the government's gonna.
Yeah, they're gonna do what they're gonna
what they
do.
want.
Yes, exactly. They're gonna do it.
But I don't think it's the city, right? Because the city doesn't really have control.
No, it's
gonna
a
be the
Texas-
Parks and
mhm.
Wildlife. Yeah.
But the city, I think, is getting the money. Good. From what I understand, it's already,
Oh, I have not heard that at all.
yeah, they're creating a department there, something that I've heard. I don't know. It might just be a rumor, but that's what I've
Don
heard.
McLaughlin- I just had a conversation with Don McLaughlin this last week, late in the week. And he's been communicating with Texas Parks and Wildlife. I have not gotten that information.
Okay, well, if Don said that, then it's fine. I had heard the city.
Ms. Coles, could you follow up with Lalo and, get any additional information sometime soon?
So the
Get that.
motion was made to support or to draft a letter. We'll just vote on it now if y'all are ready. Perfect. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Motion carries with trustee Riso against. Item 6B. Consider approval of Uvalde CISD votes for the Uvalde County Appraisal District Board. Member candidates. Superintendent Polis.
Thank you, President Pettis. Alignment of this falls under Board Goal Domain 4, alignment of financial well-being with student achievement. The district has received the ballot from Uvalde County Appraisal District for the election of the Board of Directors. UCISD is entitled to a total of 684 votes for the election of the available directorship seats. These seats will begin their own term in January 2026. UCISD will cast its votes before December 15th, 2025. And look at your packet. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates. And y'all, I believe, can divide up your votes between them. You can put all of your votes with one person. It's totally up to y'all. And there are 3 directorships that are being elected.
Madam Board President, are you ready for a motion? Madam Board President, I make a motion that I make a motion for Lalo Castillo, Tony T. Moreno, and Simon Ortiz. We have 684 votes to divide them equally at 228.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I think we should do what we did last year and just pick one candidate and just give them all the votes instead of just splitting them out.
So the motion was made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Gonzalez. And trying to do this right.
Well, we had discussion.
you have to-
but
we
had
but you still have to vote on
discussion.
it, yeah.
That has to be put down.
And go ahead, it's trustee.
Sorry.
I'll just repeat what I said. No, I think we should do like last year, we just picked a candidate, gave them all the votes instead of splitting them up.
Anyone else?
I don't know if that was such a good idea to do it last year. I think it really left, we voted for 3 people, as 3 candidates. We can. That's just the way I see it, spread it out and.
Let's see the one can, agreement with Quinones. One candidate.
Call the question.
The question.
So we gotta do both.
So, do the first, vote for the first.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yes,
that's the only
so-
motion on the floor.
So the only motion right now was made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Gonzalez, to divide our 684 votes between Lalo Castillo, Tony Moreno, and Simon Ortiz. If I can show for against.
I,
You're for?
I'm for it.
You're
Aye.
for, you're for, splitting?
Mhm.
No.
Aye.
No.
So we stand 3-2.
You vote, Laura?
She doesn't vote with.
I only vote in a tiebreaker. So. Motion carries. Motion carries to divide, our 684 votes between Lalo Castillo, Tony Moreno, and Simon Ortiz. Okay. Item 6C, consider approval of Uvalde CISD votes for the Real Central Appraisal District Board Member candidates.
Thank you,
Phyllis?
President Bettis. Under Domain 4 of our board goals, alignment of financial well-being with student achievement, the district has received the ballot from the Real Central Appraisal District for the election of the Board of Directors. UCISD is entitled to a total of 25 votes for the election of the available directorship seats. These seats will begin their own term in January 2026. UCISD will cast its votes before December 15th. It does appear that there are, again, there are 6 people and we have 25 votes.
I entertain a
And there are-
motion.
How many do we have to vote for you?
Just one.
Just one.
Oh,
Same.
Who's
Did
the?
anybody have, sorry,
No, go ahead.
anybody from Real County actually reach out to him?
Mm-mm.
Cause I haven't had anybody. So it makes it kind of hard. Would anybody like to pick someone?
Well, I just know 2 people personally. Billy Collins was our CFO and, I work with David Satterwhite at the hospital, but I don't know any of these other people. So. I'm
And this was by the.
a
We
motion.
need to buy this.
Yeah.
Who do we have sitting on there now?
I believe it's Collins, it's Satterwhite, and I can't remember who the 3rd person is. But I know those 2 for sure.
say that again, Laura, I'm sorry.
Mr. Collins and Satterwhite, I know are currently sitting. Because I think the last time we voted, there were only 4 and we picked, can't remember.
Yeah, Madam Board President, I make a motion that the board awards all 25 votes to Mr. Billy Frank Collins.
With a second.
Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Suarez to give all 25 votes to Billy Collins.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
I'll abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
But don't you have to?
You have to give a reason why you're abstaining.
Reason why you're abstaining.
I, he may be a really nice, educated gentleman, but I don't know him. He never came to us. just like the other ones on here, so it really is a gamble, you know. We appreciate the fact that you know him, right, but I don't.
Yeah, well, he was our CFO. That's how I know him, and I work with the other person. That's all I know. Sorry, that's all I got.
That's the same reason I'm abstaining. I don't know any of them and I wish I would have known some of them.
So the motion still carries 3-2. To give all 25 votes to.
3-0.
What?
3-0 with 2 abstained.
To abstain.
Yeah.
I can't count. 3-0, sorry. The 2 abstained. Motion carries to give all 25 to Mr. Collins. Item 6D, discuss and consider whether to utilize the grant-funded climate and culture survey through the UT School of Social Work currently being administered or to commission an additional culture and climate survey. Ms. Colas.
Thank you, President Pettis. So this is under Board Goal Domain 3, Positive School Culture, Safety and Security. The board would like to collect data on the culture and climate of UCISD. There is currently a grant-required funded climate and culture survey being administered through the UT School of Social Work that the board could choose to utilize for the data collection they seek. The board could also choose to commission an additional survey of their choosing. If the board chooses to utilize the grant funded survey, they can compare the data from last year to this year and there will be no cost for the district. If they choose to commission an additional survey, the district will present options for them to choose from and will pay for the additional survey. There would be no cost to utilize the data from the grant required funded survey. There would be a cost associated with the additional survey. And my recommendation would be to use the grant required funded survey so that there's no additional cost to the district, but.
Is this the same people that came and gave us the brief? Are those the same group? Or-
No, well, okay, yes and no. They work, the UT social work department does come down with Dr. Martinez and does a lot of studying in the community here and listening to people. But this survey is actually administered through the School of Social Work, so kind of, but it's not like they aren't doing the survey. Like the people that are coming here are not the ones technically doing the survey. It's through the School of Social Work though.
What I would want to try to do is to use the TASB survey, the one
Okay.
that we already service, I think. We've done it before in the past.
Okay,
I was looking online and they seem like they have a lot of UT, I don't have anything against UT, but I like this TASB survey because it looks like it's specific. It goes to job satisfaction, working conditions, compensation, benefits, relationships with coworkers, relationships with supervisors, district communication. I mean, they have a lot of good services, which I think we already pay
we do.
for. And so I think if this would seem like it might be something. And I also heard back from some of the teachers that they felt confident in the survey and
Okay.
completing it. And so anyways, I think, and it seems like even something else that says HR and other department customer satisfaction surveys are here too. So there's a lot of services that TASB seems to have that we might be able to utilize, but I don't know, I kind of liked it and I think teachers liked it too. But
Is there an additional cost to that?
there might be, but
There
it's not a
probably
lot.
is. There would probably be a minimal cost, I would guess.
Like I heard 2,000 or something very small. So it's a small, but one of the big things on there, it says confidential surveys. And so I kind of like that. And it seems like it's based on a lot of school districts use them. And so they depend on them all over the state of Texas. So I thought it might be
Great,
something good.
that's it's a good one. I've used it before. It's a good thing.
You think so?
Yeah, I like what you said there and it seems great. My question is, with the UT one, it's grant funded. Did we already do one with this or?
Yes.
Because is that a requirement for the
It's
grant?
a requirement.
So there's gonna be 2 separate climate
There
surveys?
will, but what we can do is we'll do it like after the holidays, like we'll give them a break and then we'll do it like maybe end of January, early February, because it'll take me that long just to get everything lined out with them to get it done. So we can do it like in early spring to have the day, because then we can use that for goal setting and
For theirs, the UT, can we do ours sooner than the UT one?
the UT one will close there. It's already going on. It's closing Friday.
Oh, I see.
So
Cause that's
we,
a requirement. on the
it is a grant requirement. That is a grant requirement. So, but we could do this like in maybe late January. Let me figure out how quickly I can
I
get it
feel
going.
January would be good, coming back after
back
the
after
holiday,
refresh, yeah.
mid-year test, everything, I think that would be good, ideally. And then we also get the opportunity to say, this is what we're trying to do as a board, to hear your concerns and
I like it.
get some feedback. The other good thing about TASB is that I think we have other years that we've done it in the past, so it's comparable. We can also compare to other districts where we stand
Right.
too.
Yes, we
So
can.
that's good. And so anyways, I liked the idea of it.
Yeah, I like that idea. Would it be, well, since this survey is already going out and we already have it out, could we compare both of them? Like compare the UT one?
It'd be apples and oranges. The questions are.
The
different.
questions are,
Yeah.
okay.
It would be, and the only reason again, I
No,
don't
no,
know
no,
against UT is
yeah.
because they're doing this for their data,
Mhm.
you know,
Right.
very specific. And that's what I like about TASB survey is TASB's school specific. It's set up for us.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying compare the UT one to the TASB one. I'm saying we already have information from last year with the UT. So the UT compared to the UT,
Yes,
compare those two,
yes,
and then TASB over here.
absolutely.
Yes, that's what I was
Yes.
gonna get at.
I've created that LM notebook for y'all with
Thanks
all
for
of the
clarifying. Thanks
last
for
year's.
clarifying.
And so what I'll do, once we get all of the results from the UT study, I'll upload them into that LM notebook.
Mhm.
And you can play in there and compare year over year, campus to campus. Y'all will be able to do all of that.
Okay.
Anyway, you'll have to.
And if we could maybe put something out where we let everyone know that this is, the board is asking for this to be done. We want to hear feedback from them. And I know trustee Rizzo touched on this, but we had that real long meeting the last time. We didn't talk about really what we did, but this is one of the things that we talked about. And it's why it's been brought to the table now. And that's why we're doing this now. Because we want to make sure that any kind of conflict, anything they want to talk about, that it's presented in the survey. And I think TASB, it seems like there's a lot of good questions in there and
There
it
are.
touches on it.
It's a very good survey.
Yeah, it's very intentional, very deliberate. And as Ms. Gonzalez said, this came again from a directive from our closed session, brainstorming, coming up with ideas. In other words, we see you and we hear you, and this is what comes out of this. So when the time comes, all staff, whoever's gonna take the survey, like, be honest, because we gotta be able to hear you, but most importantly is when the facts are there, when the data's there, you gotta do something with it. You can't just, otherwise you can survey all day long. And what's the point? So, and that's where accountability comes in. So,
We need a lot of participation.
absolutely.
Yes.
A lot of participation.
And I like your number, President, about 60%. We want to try to shoot for that number. I think that's 70%.
Or even more.
All of it.
And it should be something that teachers find important because that's your way of your voice, like communicating with us and letting us know, hey, I have the opportunity. I don't have to be, nobody knows it's me and I can still speak and say like, look, this is how I feel. And like you said, it hits a lot of points that like we're having issues, I think, with.
So do we want to look at what the cost is gonna be before or we're?
No, I think,
I think we still need to.
I don't want it to come back like $10,000.
no, it's not going to be
Yeah.
that expensive. We're already paying our fees to TASB. We already paid.
Yeah, I know we are, but I just don't want it to come back that, boom, we're spending an additional $15,000. You know what I mean? I think the survey is needed 100%, but I just don't want, I'm trying to phrase the motion.
I
in
don't
my
think,
mind.
I don't think it's gonna be expensive, and I think we have the money to do this. It's just to get it. We've done it all the years in the past too. It's just we haven't done it. I think we did it last year. We just haven't done it this year.
It'll be good.
Okay, I entertain a motion.
Go, JJ.
All right. That's why I'm trying to get everybody's input.
I'll try to.
I make a motion that we utilize the grant-funded survey data to compare year to year.
Okay.
Allow me to finish. I recommend that we utilize the grant required funded survey to compare to year to year by itself, in addition to use the TASB survey.
I second it.
Motion made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Munoz.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6E, update and discuss any actions necessary regarding implementation of the district's GPA and class ranking system. Superintendent Colas?
Okay. This falls under high quality curriculum and effective instruction. And this is discussion on any actions necessary regarding implementation of the district GPA class ranking system. I'm gonna pass this down. This is the latest version of kind of what has occurred. Is that it? Everybody has one?
Yeah.
Okay. Up at the podium, we have Miss Loretta Dalrymple, our Director of Accountability and Assessment, to kind of give y'all an overview of exactly what happened and what our best moves going forward are. And I can chime in with who all I've talked to about it, to include our attorneys and Deputy Commissioner of TEA regarding the situation. So Ms. Dalrymple, you want to tell us what happened?
Thank you. Yes. Point of order, just real quick. Can we wait till trustee Quinones comes back? Sure, possible.
Yes. Okay, we're in.
Well, I don't want him to miss
I'm
out.
gonna miss out.
Here we go.
Okay, we can go ahead. Trustee Suarez said he will catch up.
Okay, so we found an issue with our GPA ranking. So Ms. Dalrymple has been working on it diligently for about the last 6 weeks or so, along with Skyward, to help figure out exactly what the extent of it was and what our best path forward is. So Ms. Dalrymple.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all about this. As you guys are aware, I took over PEAMS in February, March of last school year, primarily worked on submissions over the spring and summer. And then as the school year began, really got into the backside of Skyward student. I know Ms. Cola spoke a little bit earlier about Skyward Finance and HR and some of the things that we've discovered there. And we've kind of discovered some similar things on the Skyward student side. So lots of opportunities for us for growth and for putting systems in place. Unfortunately, we did discover something with our GPA and ranking that I would like to share with you all this evening. So it was reported to our district PEAMS coordinator on September 5th by one of our high school counselors that when they were auditing student transcripts, 2 of the students that came to us and were sophomores from Batesville did not have their Algebra 1 credit on their course history. And so we looked into a little bit, we couldn't figure it out. Ms. Lorena Flores, our district PEAMS coordinator, put in a ticket with Skyward. We do get our level 1 support from Skyward, and then we're also privileged to be able to contract with Region 12 and more recently even Region 10 to provide us all of the support that we need to ensure that our systems are solid. So Skyward support level 1 reached back out to us and they walked Ms. Flores through setting up Batesville campus as a credit bearing institution and ensuring that the Algebra 1 course was set up properly, weighted, and to award the high school credit. We, as I mentioned, are contracting with Region 12. And so we have a weekly Zoom call with Beverly Roeder from Region 12. She's been such a blessing to us. And each week we choose an item and we look through it. We've looked at calendars, we've looked at grade levels, we've looked at scheduling, students, teachers. And so we mentioned to her in our next call that this had been brought to our attention. We had put in a level 1 service call and Skyward had walked us through correcting this. She wanted to be proactive and said, let's take a look. And so she dug a little bit deeper into our courses, our GPA methods, our sets, our grade marks, and then each of the courses for the 25-26 school year. And she said, guys, I think y'all might have some bigger problems here. And so she suggested that we audit all of our current students, the course master for Batesville, Crossroads, Morales Junior High, and Uvalde High School, all the way back to 2021, which is when our current seniors would have started earning high school credits as 7th graders. And so Ms. Flores and I started working through that audit. Again, it's 6 school years. We had to look at district board policy. We had to look at course catalogs for the junior high and the high school for each of those 6 school years, as well as then the course masters in Skyward for each of those campuses for each of those school years. So to say it was an undertaking is like, it was a huge undertaking. Ms. Flores and I came in a couple of Saturdays and worked so that we could get some uninterrupted time. I would say it probably took us about 45 hours of time to get through the training database that was set up for us, to audit all of those and make all of the changes that we found. We did encounter 3 main issues with our course masters. The first one, well, 2 of them do not affect our current students' GPA and rank. They don't affect the GPA and rank of students who have already received a GPA and rank. One of them does. So the first one is that our board adopted a change to policy on August 19th of 2024, the EIC local. And that policy change stated that the advanced placement courses for the class of 2028 and beyond, which is our current sophomores and younger, they would no longer receive plus 12 weight for the advanced placement courses. That would now be a plus 10, which is aligned with the honors and dual credit weight. So juniors and seniors previously would receive plus 12 for advanced placement, whereas honors and dual credit would only be plus 10. That board policy change has to be reflected in Skyward in the background settings. So in each of the advanced placement courses, we had to go into those classes and look at the grade weight. It was set to a grade weight of 3, which is the plus 12. And then we had to go into those courses and select to override the GPA for certain classes. And we had to set that for the class of 2028 and beyond and tell it to override that weight of a plus 12 to a weight of plus 10. And so that affected all of the advanced placement courses. However, our current freshmen and sophomores have not taken any advanced placement courses yet. They will not begin taking those until next year as juniors. So that being said, this correction that we found was found just in time, if you will, so that it does not have an effect on the students' GPAs and ranks. It has been corrected in the training database for every single course. And then when we replicate all of these changes in the live database, that will be corrected and in place moving forward. That was the first major issue that we found in our course masters.
So hold on a second. So who are you speaking of that was impacted there? Or is it only one grade level or what grade level?
It's going to be a class of 2028 and beyond. So the current sophomores and younger students.
Class of 2028. So sophomores?
Sophomores and younger, yes, ma'am.
But they have
Sophomores,
not
freshmen.
taken AP courses yet, so it has not affected them yet. We caught it in time to not affect them. And that is according to like the change from 12 points to 10 points was the adopted policy in 2024.
Things first have been phenomenal with is they print out student worksheets and they hand override. So a lot of the counselors have been doing manual work on GPAs on saying, hey, this doesn't look right. And they have been manually overriding to make sure that the GPA on the honors and AP is working, which that's why it has not made a big impact with that one particular test.
but it's being corrected in the system.
Yes,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
as soon as we go into the live database, it will be corrected in the system. Right now, we're doing everything in the training until we make sure everything is accurate to board policy and everything, we see what the repercussions are in the system. Is there another fix? Because a lot of times you fix one thing and there's 4 or 5 other things that we have to get help on.
So this, the board voted on this in 2024 and it never took place?
No,
Was
it
a
did,
change?
it was approved. The setting was not changed in the course masters of Skyward. It wasn't overridden. It wasn't programmed in the way that it needed to be at that time.
How many people have been impacted by this?
So if I can explain to you the other 2 and then kind of tell you what we've seen, because we did all of the corrections. I don't know that I could accurately tell you the number affected by each of them, if that makes sense. Well, I'm going to correct myself. That first one didn't affect anyone because the freshmen and sophomores have not taken any advanced placement courses yet. If we had rolled into next school year, in the class of 2028 had already taken advanced placement courses, those would have been incorrectly weighted at plus 12 points when we ranked those students. But since they haven't taken any advanced placement courses yet, that we haven't seen that mistake actualized yet.
So do they not take advanced placement courses until they're juniors or what's the deal? with that?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then it was not supposed to be in that grade? Is that what you're saying?
No, it should have been. So ideally, as soon as the board approved this policy, we would have gone into Skyward and we would have programmed it in to match board policy. We did catch it, like I said, kind of just in time, I guess, because we haven't seen a change in ranking due to that. So we were.
Because they haven't taken classes yet.
Have we identified who is gonna be responsible once the board changes policy? Like, do we already have it now? Like, boom, this is gonna happen. Okay.
Person over piece.
Perfect.
So then the board policy change was effective for the class of 2028. Is that what it was?
Yes.
That's
Right.
why we don't have any
Right.
future dates.
Right.
So
Yes.
it was only effective as class of
Class of 2028 and
And
beyond.
younger.
Yes, ma'am.
and
beyond.
younger. So then
It was not in time.
it really wasn't going to impact anybody because you're saying that they wouldn't have changed until they
Next school
wouldn't
year.
have been able to take the course until they were in their junior year.
Next school year.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
So that fix impacted no one. We caught it in time.
Yes, ma'am. The second thing that we found is that we've added quite a few courses to our 8th graders this year to be able to take and achieve high school credit. They can now do Principles of Business and Marketing, Principles of Agriculture, Art 1, NJROTC. Those courses were not selected to award high school credit. Again, the good news on that is that those courses are not included in GPA and rank, and those students have not received any credits yet on those. Those would be calculated at semester when they earn a half credit. So we've caught that, we've identified it, and in our training database, we have corrected that for all of those courses at Morales Junior High and at Batesville campus. And then the final one that we found is that there are some courses similar to the Algebra 1 in Batesville that the students do earn credit in junior high. Our current sophomores, juniors, and seniors, really all of our students to include our freshmen, but our freshmen haven't been ranked yet. All of our students that we currently have had the opportunity to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, whether at Batesville or at Morales Junior High, and they've had the opportunity, if they're dual language students, to take Spanish 2 as 7th graders for an honors dual language high school credit, and Spanish 3 as 8th graders for an honors dual language credit. Those courses, the dual language credits at junior high for Spanish 2 and Spanish 3 were not marked, similar to the Ag and Art 1 and NJROTC. They were not marked to be credited for high school credit, and they were also not marked to be weighted as +10 for honors courses. That is true for all Morales Junior High dual language students who took Spanish 2 honors dual language in 7th grade and who took honors dual language Spanish 3 in 8th grade at Morales Junior High. And then additionally, the Batesville 8th graders who took Algebra 1 That would have been only the last 2 years because in 23-24 was the first year that we added eighth grade to Batesville campus. Those students did not have, is how we came to this, right? Did not have their Algebra 1 turned on to earn a high school credit. And it was also not turned on as an honors course to give them that +10 weight. So as we looked at those courses and we went into our course master and we turned on the high school credit and the weighted credit to be +10 for those students, we saw an impact for our sophomores, the class of 2028, for those students who took Spanish 2 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 23-24 as eighth graders. For those who took Spanish 2 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 22-23 as seventh graders. And for those who took Algebra 1 honors in Batesville in 23-24 as eighth graders. And then for our juniors, class of 2027, we saw the effect for our students who took Spanish 3 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 22-23 as eighth graders. Those who took Spanish 2 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 21-22 as seventh graders. And then for our seniors, those who took Spanish 3 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 21-22 as eighth graders. And those who took Spanish 2 dual language honors at Morales Junior High in 2021 as seventh graders. So we're still working with Region 12 to finalize the list of students to be able to share with you guys and with the parents, the students, the counselors, the exact list of students, the change in ranking and the change in GPA. Currently, it looks like we have in the class of 2026 seniors, 38 students whose GPA will increase and cause their rank to increase. Of course, that being said, when we have 38 students whose rank increases, that's going to cause some students' rank to fall. For our class of 2027 juniors, it looks like we will have 30 dual language students with an increase in GPA and rank. Similarly, we will have some students whose ranks will decrease. And then for the class of 2028, the sophomores, because they have both the Spanish dual language inaccuracy as well as the Algebra 1 inaccuracy, it looks like we have, I think, 39 total students whose rank and GPA will increase, and then therefore causing some students' rank to decrease. I think that's part of this one.
Has any of this been shared with these students?
So as of Friday, I was still working with Region 12 to finalize and ensure that we have all of our settings accurate. We really want to get this to them as soon as possible, but we also want to make sure that we have it right when we share it out.
We're still having issues with some of the Batesville. So the Batesville were still not showing the accuracy in the GPA. So they were helping us on Friday afternoon to fix it.
And the reason I asked because, I mean, I had two daughters that, I mean, every time they could get their GPA, they were getting, my son didn't care, but the girls were like, so I can understand, you know, if these people, these kids are thinking I'm here and now I'm here, their reaction, how they're going to feel and what their thoughts are going to be.
Absolutely.
We're very
It's-
concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I know my girls, how they were, and I've seen other, you know, kids and their ranking and I don't know, do we have a plan? I mean, reach out to the parents and
Yes, ma'am.
let them know.
Yes, ma'am.
When did these changes happen?
They're still in the training database because we're not 100% with the Batesville Algebra 1 yet. So as soon as we do that, we have to replicate everything in the live system.
What I mean is, when did these changes happen in our policy?
The dual language, when the dual language academy was built, I have to go back to the charter. It was in the dual language, part of the language of instruction and part of the dual language charter.
I think the board updated GPA policy ranking in 2016. I want to say again in 2019. I printed them all out for the ones that we have.
Yes. I'm not sure if these two issues though were a result of board policy. I think the one was a result of the dual language charter and their, I guess, course sequence being developed and implemented. And the other one is a result of Batesville School adding 7th and 8th grade and their Skyward not being reflective of what we were offering. I don't think it was a change in board policy.
But board policy stated that honors courses were
Yes,
weighted by a certain amount.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time. and they were not reflected. It wasn't, it was board policy that honors classes are weighted. And so in the back end of Peams or in the back end of Skyward, you have to go in and update those courses whenever you build your master schedule at Batesville or build your master schedule at Morales. Those courses have to be weighted and they have to be for high school credit. And that's the piece that was not done. I think another important thing to say is nobody's GPA is decreasing. Like everybody's GPA, the kids who were not affected by this, their GPAs are not going down. Their GPAs are what they are. These are kids who took these honors courses in 7th and 8th grade, all right? And they didn't get the credit they were supposed to get. So now we're gonna go back and fix that so that they get their points and their high school credit for it like they're supposed to. And that will cause their GPA to increase. And so when their GPA goes up, what will happen is the ranking is what the kids who've been watching their GPA will be like, okay, my rank just went down. Why did my rank go down? Well, you can't really not give the kids the credits that they're supposed to have for the honors courses that they took because it was in board policy at the time that they would be weighted courses. And so it has to be fixed, which will cause their GPAs to go up, which is where they should have been all along.
So my other question is, and I'm not pointing people out, but the person or people in charge of making those changes in Skyward, is there like a check behind them? Like, how do we know until now that this wasn't done? Is
An audit.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that currently it is a team of us that work on it. So I'm the primary point of contact, but I work with our district PAMS coordinator, Mrs. Graber, Andi, our director of secondary education, Jennifer Torres, our director of CCMR and advanced academics. So there really is a whole team of us working together on it so that several people are putting eyes on it and double checking it to ensure that this does not
But
happen again.
is there like, this is my team, who's in charge of inputting that?
It's me. Yes,
It's you.
ma'am.
Okay.
It's me. Yes. ma'am.
And we've also limited some of the access where they're not just cloning courses, but now we have built a
Well,
curriculum.
right, because
master.
there's not
So we-
5 people thinking,
ma'am,
oh, you
correct.
didn't do it, I'm gonna do it, and now everybody's doing
Correct.
it.
So we have reduced some of that access and we're building some of the back house curriculum masters. And from that, the courses are built to where they should be. And then we assign the courses to the campuses and then they're able to create sections off of the courses that are completely built out according to the TSDS expectations, the PEMS, the funding, all the pieces.
And I'll say, sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was going to say also, piggybacking off of her, we're building all of the courses from scratch currently for the 26-27 school year. One of the big issues that we found is that the courses were, they call it cloned over. And so it reduces the workload because you carry over the courses from the previous school year. But I think it's very easy in carrying them over to not see some issues and keep rolling those issues over year upon year. I think building them from scratch and having to check every box and identify every dropdown is really going to help us to also ensure the accuracy of each of our settings.
It's gonna, as you can imagine, I mean, this is really concerning and, you know, kind of like the payroll thing. I would encourage you to have a single point of contact because people are gonna call you, they're gonna reach out to you or somebody.
Well, I
And the
would.
last thing you need is be flooded at, you know, Mika, whoever taking the phone calls, but figure out a way to centralize that, a point of contact, and then you may have covered it, but like previous years, like last year, the year before last, anything, is it gonna impact those people?
So what we have been recommended is just the kids that are in our current system.
Right. That's
But
We can't go back. I think that's what,
right.
that's all is to send an email with PEAC not to go back.
The recommendation from both our attorneys and TEA was to correct our current students and not to go and adjust previous courses, previous
That was what
classes.
TEA said.
And TEA did say, you know, GPA is a local thing, but the deputy commissioner was like, they're graduated, like, I would not go back and try to rectify it at this point. They're graduated, they've gone on. fix it for the kids in your.
Yeah.
And that was also the recommendation of our attorneys was fix it for our current students.
You can imagine they're about to
I know.
open
That's,
the floodgate.
Like what happens to the people that are gonna contact you whose kids have graduated?
So
You
we're
have a
trying to get a-
plan, yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to get a list of what students there is, and we'll be working with Mr. Cerna as well as Dr. Talamontes to have like a phone tree to be what kids, so we can call them first, make the appointment, call them in. So we'll definitely, we kind of mentioned to Mr. Cerna last Friday, we got to have a communication plan. What is it going to look like? But right now, the only people who has access to this training system is Ms. Dalrymple and Ms. Flores, because of the access level. And so right now, campuses can't even see it. Right now, it's not even in the system. So all that 45 hours of work, they're going to have to replicate it in our live system. So counselors are able to make their phone calls and see the impact. So we're just trying to backwards plan, like, we got to get the Batesville fix done. Once we fix the Batesville fix, then we're gonna have to start adding all of this into our live database. And then at that same time, Mr. Cerna, myself, the counseling team, sit down, starting with how are we gonna tackle this communication wise, whenever we bring in parents in, and kind of closing that loop as well. And what are the options? And we may take it from the top of the ranking changes to the bottom to see, and then families in between to see who's going to miss, because we know this is going to affect scholarships and everything else that they're applying for right now at this time.
It's, right now is class ranking time. That's when it starts coming out. And, what I was gonna say is if, Superintendent Colas will come up with a plan for that so that it just is disseminated, and we might even need a press release of some kind that addresses it, because I don't know if it's gonna get conveyed. This is so much information, even, I mean, this summary that you have at the end is good. Something, at the very end, and it kind of describes it. But it is so complicated, but we do need to make sure that it's conveyed in a statement of some kind and who the contact person is, because the worst thing is gonna be the high school going down and Mr. Sedna getting tons of calls and the counselors. So we're talking about it here as our public statement is being transparent for the community and making sure that this is what we're discussing here. But we also have to have a plan in place and how these families come in and talk, who do they talk to? And where do they get the answers?
so we're asking people not to call yet.
But they
Because,
might.
right.
They may show up tomorrow.
Right. The
Mr.
issue is
Sedna.
that we're not ready, like, we don't know what the impact is fully gonna be just yet. And
we
so
still don't even have all the fixes.
we
yet.
don't even have all the fixes done. And so we didn't really want to panic people because we don't have answers for them yet. Like we have not worked all the way through it. As soon as we know, we will start reaching out, seniors first. We'll start reaching out to the seniors that are most highly ranked and impacted. And then we'll get finished with the senior class, then we'll start working with the junior class. But I would say we aren't gonna be able to answer your questions at the moment.
We still have.
Because we're
Batesville.
still working through all the fixes. And I mean, we're working as quickly as we can to get that done. They've been working Saturdays, they're working so hard to get it figured out. But we're not there yet to be able to tell individuals how they're gonna be impacted.
I think the good thing, well, if, I try to find a good thing in things, there's a problem's identified. We took the steps to make sure that we're fixing the problem. And we won't have this problem again.
Correct.
And yeah, we're gonna have to face the music and face the criticism and answer those questions when the timing is right.
Is what Ms. Gregory just said. It's the application.
Mhm.
That's the biggest issue. And so
Right.
even though I know it's hard, I'm not saying, I know it's work, but Ms. Colas, if we need to repurpose people to get it done, we need to figure it out. Move people in to help them solve things. I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's
I've
just
been
so,
asking,
yeah, she really
like,
has.
Because it
staff-
shouldn't fall
It's
on you. It shouldn't all fall
And
on
I'm
you.
just saying
It's just
because
so
get
technical.
ahead of the curve, get ahead of
Yeah.
it because it's coming
Yeah.
and it's, the bad thing is those applications and it's already happened. You
Yes.
know, we need to know rankings. They need to know rankings and what they're gonna be and who they're gonna be.
Yeah.
I mean, so we need, I don't know the answer.
It's
You're the
very,
superintendent,
it's
see, what you can come up with for this.
We've also reached out to Region 10 and Region 12, and we begged for anybody that knows the systems that they can come, we would pay them, and they do
Just
not
don't
have
have people.
anybody. So that's the reason why
We're
on
scrambling.
Saturdays and stuff,
Yeah.
because we have been asking who else will know this system. And so we have been reaching out to anybody. Do you know of anybody retired? We're asking Region 10 and Region 12 to help us out as well to assist, but we have been unsuccessful at this point, hence it falling on our people, because we're trying. So if anybody's a Skyward SMS that wants to come in, that can help and know it inside and out. then
And
it's-
log in myself.
There you go. We got one volunteer, we got one tribute.
What is, so it's a new system that we're using?
No, ma'am, it's one of the
No,
older
It's
systems
this,
that we're
we got it for
using.
20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why the other issue is because it's old?
Well,
No,
so
no.
some of the newer
No.
Skywards, a Skyward Q, and so that this one's an older Skyward use, so.
And I don't know because I've never worked with Skyward Q, but at the Skyward trainings that I've been to, they say that Skyward Q is a little more user-friendly and a little less programmy. I'm not a programmer myself, and so it's a learning curve. But I think it's really just the systems. It's really just putting the systems in place and the attention to detail, which we're committed to. I mean, I will work as many Saturdays as y'all need me to work. I am just devastated that this has happened, and we are working as hard as we can to get it fixed as quickly as we can. And I can just assure you guys that it won't happen again on my watch.
I think Laura, you're the one that mentioned that there is a Skyward conference, and so we need to make sure that we get.
I keep saying it just because I worked for the district. I went to this training. Skyward has this big training in October. I mean, it's for PEMS, it's for business, it's for nurses. And it's everything. I didn't know what I could use in Skyward as a nurse until I went.
I was able to
So,
go. I
yeah.
just went. It was amazing.
I mean,
Yes.
and I don't feel like it should just fall on you. Like you should have help and, you know, we found the problem, let's fix it. And you can't be the only one that can fix it. Somebody needs to come behind you and double check you to make sure that, you know, that you've completed what you need to complete. I mean, it can't fall on one person.
Yes, ma'am. I will say Lorena Flores, our district PEMS coordinator, is amazing. She's incredible. She has elementary PEMS clerk experience as well as high school PEMS clerk experience. She's my partner in crime, and I am so grateful to work with her. The team, like I mentioned at CNI, is incredible. And we are definitely, like I said, we're Zooming with Region 12 every week, and we're learning so much about Skyward. Mrs. Colas mentioned a PEMS Bible earlier. We're creating a Skyward PEMS Bible. Everything that Region 12 is telling us, we're putting it into a doc, a Google Doc, and we're sharing that with our entire department. I share it with people that are like, can you stop sharing that with me? I don't know why, but I'm sharing it far and wide because I really feel like we all need to know and have that resource at our disposal. I absolutely agree. The more of us that know these things, the better. I've been able to share with Mrs. Mize several things for our nurses. It's just, it's a lot, but I'm so grateful to be learning and to be able to be a part of the solution.
So the only thing I'll suggest is there might be retired people. And usually Skyward, I mean, college has a program, I don't even know what it's called, Colleague, I think. But they have people that are retired that contract work. And I had someone that I would always reach out to for my programming needs. It's expensive, but this person was a retired person that did the contract work cheaper. But because it was expensive to go with colleague people, thousands and thousands of dollars. But I'm not even saying that this is about money. I'm just saying if you can't find somebody for this old program, then maybe there's a retired person that knows the old program is what I'm trying to get at. And
We've been scouring we've been asking, does anybody know somebody retired?
the other thing is other school districts that have it. That's what I would do is I would go to other school districts that have it and they might have people that are more trained in it too. When I was in that position, I had to also scour for people that just knew things.
Well, we are doing that, right?
We are.
We're doing
Yeah.
Region 12 and
Region
Region
12,
10.
Region 10.
And
Region,
reaching it out to different different
different districts,
districts.
like the Skyward training, and just the Region 20 training. I've been able to connect with multiple different districts who use Skyward SMS. Region 20 is really good about partnering us with other districts that use the same student information system. I think the thing is just time for everyone. So for them to be able to do the work at their district and then to contract with another district is hard. Region 10 had one retired person that they had suggested to us might be able to help, but when we chased her down, she just wasn't interested. I think she's doing a grandma thing right now. And so we really are trying like everything that we can think of. And eventually, you know, we just need to sit down and do it. Yes, ma'am.
Well, and I think the big thing is it's gonna be a little bit different than payroll, because you probably won't get the complaint calls. It's gonna be the principal, it's gonna be the counselors, and so we really need to give them something other than we don't know. Something, I don't know the answer, but I have a feeling you're gonna be really bombarded, or the counselors will be bombarded.
Yes, we talked about it. We're gonna hopefully get a script, but we gotta get the names as soon as possible to see who this impacts, because we don't want to get false information either. So we want to be very intentional with the information, but we've already talked about scripts for juniors, seniors, and all of it. So we need to get a list of students together, but we got to get our final fix, because we can't have 10 students still impacting and us have these
Right.
scripts and
We gotta
communication,
have it
and
all
then 10 more
together.
students flip it. We got to redo it. And then parents don't feel like we're being transparent because we're saying, oh, wait a minute, now we're changing this. So we're trying to find all the fixes, have multiple people look into our training database to make sure, yes, y'all are good. And then we are going to replicate it in our live system, but we want to do the scripts as well. And if we can get a list of just names prior to all the time it's going to take to replicate into our system, then we will 100% hand deliver papers that this is in our training. This is going to be the impact, and give them scripts so they can start calling the information in. We will do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Probably for tomorrow, though. You're gonna need to be able to say like, your people are gonna need a script tomorrow. Just,
You're gonna need to stay.
we don't
home.
know yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
It says board action.
There's not really.
No board action.
Right, there's not any action
Thank
for the
you.
board to take.
Other than just
It was
come
just
up with a
updates.
plan to
Yeah.
deal with it, because I mean, I just want to make sure they're supported and then the high school supported. So whatever that is that you need to do as a superintendent, just make sure that that is addressed, because I just don't want it to be an explosion. I want us to try to get ahead of it, and sometimes it's just information, so that can help.
George, if y'all are inundated with calls, just let us know if you need a sub.
Item 7, consent agenda. Is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Of something. I want J, K, and O.
Item J, item of information for revenues and expenditures as of August 2025 is J.
And K, it's the September one. And then,
But we'll do J first. I got J, K, and O.
they're kind of together, same thing. So my question is, I'm referencing J because it's when we moved the money, we transferred the money for the bond up here on the 7,900 line. But on K, we had transferred money of $2.6 million. Do we know what that is from? Because it looks like below it's under construction.
Is that for vestibule span?
Sorry, my knee was asleep. All right, what is your question? Tell me which page you're looking
Okay,
at,
I'm
ma'am.
looking at- I'm referencing J and K, kind of cross-referencing it, but really it's mainly K.
79.
I was looking at the transfer of sources at 2.6 million, and then we have it down below in construction. I don't remember that, and I don't know if we approved that already. Was that something we already approved?
Well, you're talking about two different fiscal years. August 31st was the close of 24-25. The September financial is the first month of our current fiscal year.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just referencing K though. And it's 2.6 up for line 7,900 and then a line 81.
It's page 89.
Oh, okay. You know what that is. We did bring that as a budget amendment in September. That is the lease of Legacy Elementary. That's why it's going to construction.
So is that money that they gave us? Is that how the money came in? Is that?
No, that references the lease expense for the 7 years.
So then where did we get the money from is what I'm saying. Where did we get the money?
Well,
revenues?
right now it's with the governmental accounting standards on leases, and that's how we're required to report it.
So it's money that we're paying out.
We are going to pay out, if I remember right, close to 400,000 each year in lease. So 400,000 times 7, that's about $2.8 million
Why does it show it under construction?
because of the new building.
And why is it 2.6 if it's only 800 per year?
It's 400, about 400, a little less than 400,000 annual lease payments for 7 years.
But why is it showing it under for 2.6 for the full year?
Because we have to recognize the amount of the term of the lease. We worked with our external auditors on that entry. And it's for, I forget which GASB, I don't know which one is for leases.
So
I'm not a CPA. Which one is it for leases?
I don't. I'm excited. It's like I'm asleep. So, okay. So the other question I have is on data processing, community services and debt services. We saw an increase there. What is that referencing?
Which page are you on again?
I'm sorry, K. I don't know what page it is.
K is 89.
All right, on page 89, what is your question?
Line number 53, 61 and 71, data processing services, we saw an increase, community services, an increase in debt services.
Yeah, I must be on the wrong. Okay. Page 89 is really 89 of 88 is 89. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Yeah, on here, it's 89. I think it's 89.
I was confused.
okay.
88.
88.
All right, page 88, but it's really 89 of the PDF.
Yes.
Okay, 53.
53, 61 and 71.
Okay, remember we had a ransomware incident?
Yeah,
So remember
what it
I
was.
brought a budget amendment, I believe, for 300,000.
okay. And that's what it is. It's 393,000. So that's what it was. I thought we had insurance that was gonna cover.
We do, but I have to pay up front before insurance reimburses me.
Okay,
We
okay.
talked about that at the budget amendment.
Okay, I thought that's what it was, but I also remembered the insurance. So then is this, the line item here, is it just set up to cancel each other out? Is that what it is? That 2.6? Cause it's, revenues up top and then expenditures down below. Is that what,
Yes.
it's just set?
Yes, we have to,
cancel it?
we'll have to record the revenue and the related expenditure.
Okay.
We'll do that probably, well, somebody will do that next August.
Anyways, I was trying to understand that, but I was like, I don't remember this, but we did it in September.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I had questions on.
Anything else for me?
No, because the next one is O, item of information on
Thank
student
you.
discipline. Thank you, Pam.
Stephanie?
Oh, yes. I just had questions about this data here. If
This is Loretta's, I think. I just wanted to know, is this information directly from Peems? It also has to do with the attendance data. I've seen this presented differently. Is this something that y'all created or is this directly from Peems?
Comes directly from the Skyward Student Information System. I will say on the enrollment ADA, it does look a little bit different this month than it did in previous months. One of the things that we worked with Skyward on is our calendars, the way that we report student attendance to the state. And there is a requirement that we report certain populations of students on a certain calendar type. And so we had to pull out our pre-K 3, pre-K 4, and DAP students onto separate calendar types. And so you guys will notice on the ADA report that you now have more than one ADA per campus. And the reason for that is those different calendar types that we're required to report our students on. And then on enrollment, kind of similarly, you guys will see that there's a further breakdown of grade levels. And so at the direction of Region 12, they suggested that we break our pre-K, for example, into pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 to allow for better reporting, number one, but number two, as part of the Skyward end of year, beginning of year system rollover, it has some hard-coded rules. So all of our pre-K students were rolling to kindergarten students, and that was not accurate for all of our students. So we would have to catch those inaccuracies, those kiddos that were pre-K 3 students that rolled up to kindergarten. We would have to manually identify those and roll those back to pre-K 4 kids. In a similar type situation with our early education students, our special education students, they can receive early education services from 0 to 4 years of age. So they suggested that we break those down into separate grade levels as well to help with that rolling over at the end of the school year. And so when you see your enrollment report, you guys will see those further categories. So again, it'll look a little different this month than it did in previous months as a result of those changes to Skyward.
Do you upload this data through Peems to the state? Is that what y'all do?
So as part of our submissions, we have 14 submissions per year. And this year they've added attendance reporting submissions in addition to some of the others. But yes, the attendance is reported. Actually, calendar is one of our top domain dependencies for TSDS reporting. And so if we have issues with our calendars, it actually causes a domino effect with tons of other errors in the submission process. And so it's really important that we get this right and that we're reporting it the way that they require us to report it.
And is enrollment being required to be submitted and ADA? Has that always been, or has that changed?
So I'm relatively new to this. As far as I know, we've always reported, but okay.
I'm just trying to verify because I know the state's always, it's changing funding on all that stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Wondering. And so this data, everything here, how often is it this data of like for discipline behavior actions? How often is that sent through Peems? Like, is it uploaded?
Nightly. So with the new
Nightly.
reporting system, EdFi, it's a live stream. And so nightly, all of our data goes directly to the state from Skyward.
Oh, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
So who does that? You do
It's
that?
automatic. So I found out earlier this year that once per year, we request certain credentials from the state, which allows us to connect to the state for that live streaming each night. And so we'll do that annually. It's been done for this school year. And so that's currently free flowing data.
What, I know that you can go out there to TEA and get reports there. How often are those reports updated for us?
So we promote and validate our data, like the hard pushes for the submissions once per week on Fridays, but there is that live stream, like I said, every night. Every time we promote and validate for those submissions, we can go back into the Texas State data system and we can pull those reports that tell us what they're seeing on their end. What we're currently doing for our fall submission, which is due to the state December 11th, is when we kind of finalize all of those pieces for that data submission. We're currently pulling that information and sharing out to the campuses and the different departments. So like special education has received their current list of data so that they can verify and check it and give us any changes that need to be made. Emergent bilingual, we're doing that with each of the campuses and each of the different departments that have reporting pieces for the state for fall submission. We're working with HR for some of the staff stuff. And so really it's pretty much everybody who's receiving those reports and helping us to clean up the data and verify the data.
The state is requiring, I'm gonna say it all wrong, but is it minutes that you have to report? What is that?
So instructional minutes and operational minutes, and I'm probably going to tell you backward because I don't have it memorized, but it's somewhere here in my notes. They require instructional minutes for some of the calendar types and operational minutes for the other type. The pre-K 3 is the one that's a little bit different, and I can't commit to you which is which, but there are certain requirements and they are tied to those calendar types, which is why it is so important that we broke that down and we have the pre-K 4 calendar for the appropriate campuses, the pre-K 3 calendar, and so forth.
And so the PEMS report somehow calculates the minutes. Is that what it is?
Yes, ma'am. So it takes the discipline coding, the attendance coding, the calendar type. It takes all of those data pieces and pulls them together. The special programs, it pulls that in so that it gets the weighted ADA. I can't tell you exactly how all of it works, but yes, all of that data comes together and they know all of the things that they need to know about Uvalde CISD.
Okay, I was just wondering how that got calculated. I was like, that's, because we've only seen this. I mean, we've actually seen the little one, the little print one. And I was like, okay, that's PEMS, but I was just wondering, it's changed and I actually like the bigger font, but then I wanted to make sure that it was the same that we get
Yes, ma'am.
submitted. So,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Bauer.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Suarez, second by trustee Quinones. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8, closed session. A closed session will be held under provisions of Texas Government Code Chapter 55.071 and 55.074. A, deliberation concerning approval of contracting with an independent law firm to assess workplace culture and climate concerns. B, deliberation concerning approval of personnel employments, assignments, suspensions, and terminations. The time now is 9:18. The time now is 12:08 and the date is 11:18. I mean, yes, 11:18. We have reconvened from closed session. Item A, consider, yeah, it's the next day.
Oh.
Consider approval of contracting with an independent law firm to assess workplace culture and climate concerns.
Madam Board President, I make a motion to move to approve executing an engagement agreement with Maryland Moore LLC to assist in assessing workplace culture and climate concerns.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Riso.
I'm going to abstain for the perception of conflict of interest.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Item B, consider and take possible action concerning approval of personnel employments, assignments, suspensions, and terminations.
Madam Board President, I make a motion we approve the actions of personal employments, assignments, suspensions, and terminations.
Motion made by trustee Quinones,
Second.
second by trustee Riso. Aye.
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 Motion carries. This time I will. Don't even know what to say. Entertain a motion for adjournment, please.
Madam President, make a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Riso, second by trustee Munoz. Aye.
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 12:10, we are adjourned.